Hey, James.
Hello, how are you?
Doing all right.
You ready for this 4 hour marathon?
Well, my uh, my game on Sunday, we started with 4 hour sessions, and after they begged and pleaded, we've actually gone to 4.5 hour sessions. So
Okay.
really about the same length as a Sunday session for me. The difference is we'll be trying to tell a whole story in one sitting. So, it's very much Katie, we're at the door.
Hold on tight.
Hold on tight. Here we go. So, yeah, Chris, who is in Roll20 as well, he plays in my Sunday game.
Okay.
Let me just... So how's your weekend going so far, James?
Oh, pretty good. Just got a lot of projects getting set up. Coming up summer, having a patio put in, tinting windows. A lot of stuff going on starting next week. So for my character, if I go to my bow, I just need to remember to, and I drop my shield, I just need to remember to disable that for my AC in Roll20. So I just need to make sure I remember to do that.
Yeah, and it remind me when you do that, because on your token, for my benefit, so I don't have to keep looking at the character sheet, I have plugged in the AC. So if you switch, let me know so I can change the AC on the token, so I'll accurately know whether
yeah,
hit or not by attacks.
Okay, and I could update the token as well.
Oh, okay, all right. So it'll let you do that. That's good.
Yeah. I just need to remember to do that. So if I forget, remind me.
Okay.
But I'll try to remember.
So yeah, Johannes, if you look right above my name, you'll see where this little bar goes when I talk. That shows that Roll20 is picking up audio. We're not seeing anything for you, and we're not hearing anything from you. So go into your settings and go over, scroll down, let's say about close to the bottom. And it says, I want to broadcast to others. Make sure that says voice. You can do voice and video if you want, or voice only, that's fine. And then you want to receive from others. Make sure at least voice is turned on. And then just above that, there's video and audio chat options. Make sure that your audio input output is set. Oh, maybe he's resetting. Okay. All right. Okay, if absolutely necessary. I can share the CovidCon Discord, and we can run. They made us a voice channel in there if we need to use it. So
yeah, you can't get it to work.
Yeah, if we can't get it to work, because Roll20 can be funky like that sometimes.
I noticed sometimes when that doesn't work, if you just restart the whole computer or if you've messed around with settings, it can screw things up. Did you tell us if we are? I can't remember if you said.
Oh, hey, Johannes. Yeah, we can hear you, Johannes. Say something. Say a few sentences. Yes. Okay. All right. Good.
For some reason, I can't hear people now. I'm not sure what the problem is.
Oh goodness.
Deanne, did you tell us how our characters are traveling, whether we're in a wagon or on a horse or walking alongside? I can't remember.
Oh, great. I can hear you now as well. Yeah, something wrong with my, something wrong with my headset or something. But anyway, it's working, so.
Excellent, Johannes. Okay.
Brilliant. Great. How's everybody doing?
Doing well. Yes. James, to answer your question, there will be we'll have a little bit of a introduction where that will be made clear, but you are in fact in the wagon. You guys are the crew of one of the wagons, basically.
Okay.
Nice 8-wagon caravan. Oh, Johannes, did you have a custom image you wanted to use for your token?
Yeah, I've included a custom token for myself. So it's on my character sheet and everything, but every time I try to copy it over, it would still take the original token that you allocated. So I imagine it was some kind of setting.
Ah, okay. I see that there. Let me edit. Oh, you know what? I know why it's doing that. So okay. I can fix that relatively quickly, I think.
Brilliant.
Okay. So where are you joining us from, Johannes?
I live in Edinburgh just now, so
Oh,
joining
okay.
from here. Yep, Edinburgh, UK.
Okay. Yeah. I figured Scotland.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And I was in Edinburgh a number of years ago.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, and late '80s, I was there. I spent the summer at the University of Cambridge that year, actually 1990, and so I was up one weekend in Scotland visiting some family friends, and we went to Edinburgh one day. They live not too far away from there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful city, and so is Cambridge. It's really lovely there.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. Now I want to.
I'm originally from Germany, but I've been living, in various countries for the last 16 years or so. So.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I had one more question. You said we have 25 gold for mundane items, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it be possible to get a shield and a one-hand weapon, or would that not be what you had in mind?
Oh, if you would prefer to get a shield and a one-hand weapon, I think we can accommodate that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I prefer that, if that's okay.
Yeah, figure out what you want, and I think that should be tied into the this campaign should be tied into the stuff that I have from the player's handbook. So as long as it's something standard out of the player's handbook, you should be able to find it, plug it into inventory, and then do that.
Sounds good.
Yeah. And then let's see. Arkan. Where is he? Arkan. Okay. Show nameplate. See. Save.
Shield and. I feel like going flail. I've never played a flail character.
Oh, those can be fun.
Yeah, why not?
I like it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
All
All
you want me
right.
to remove the greatsword from my inventory?
You can, or you can just leave it in case, something happens and there comes a time that you decide, I want to drop my shield and pull out this greatsword.
Yep. There comes a time in every Dragonborn's life, when you just gotta pull out that big two-handed greatsword, do some smashing.
Well, Johannes, so far on voice, we also have James, who plays in my regular Thursday night campaign on
Hello.
Roll20.
Hey, James.
Hello.
You doing okay?
And
Doing good. I'm in Virginia, so I'm East Coast U.S.
Good to meet you.
Same here.
yes, and I'm in Florida, so also East Coast U.S.
Oh, nice and warm.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of warm today. I had the air off for this because it makes so much noise, so hopefully it doesn't get too warm.
How are you holding out with the quarantine and all that?
I have to say I've been very fortunate. Our company early on, like before the state or the local counties did anything, they said, why don't we have everybody who can work from home? And then they figured out how to get everybody else working from home as well. So I've been working from home since the middle of March. And, the only thing that really is annoying is having all of the social stuff you normally do shut down. So, no restaurants, no bars, no live sports.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, so I'm an MLS fan. I follow the MLS and the women's professional team, and so normally I go and tailgate and go to those games and have a lot of fun with those, but not now.
Yeah, it's been a bit tough on all of us, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I work in. I actually still get to go to work, which, to be honest, I'm quite happy with. I prefer that rather than being stuck at home all the time.
Okay, Chris. Yeah. Okay, let me. Here, I can do this. I'm gonna grab a screenshot with this. No. And then I'm going to have that. And then I'm going to have that. Have that. And then have that. And I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to the Discord. Oh, I have to save it. I can't just do that. Can I do that? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, I can. Damn it. All right, so. Okay.
Hello?
Hey, there he is. All right.
I had to go into my actual mic settings to freaking get it working.
Hey, okay. Well, that's fine. It works. Okay, well, we have Johannes, who is joining us from Edinburgh, Scotland.
How do you do?
And we have James, who is joining us from Virginia. He is in my Thursday night game.
Hello.
And now Chris, or Christian, as he goes by on the Roll20, he plays in my Sunday afternoon game.
Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
All right, and we have one other person that has signed up for the game, and we will see if he shows up.
I have some more friends who might be interested. You want me to ask them whether they want to come along?
Sure. They
Okay. How many more spots do we have just now? Is it two more, two or one more just now?
Well, I'll tell you what. If you have two friends that want to come, they can sign up. That will be perfect.
They're asking what characters are still available.
Okay, well, the characters that are still available are the half-orc rogue and the half-elf cleric and the human ranger.
Okay.
And if you need the Roll20 link, I can send that to you again, or if you have it, you can just forward it to them.
I have it here just now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We will give those folks a couple of minutes to jump in. If they are willing to do so. And I will just make sure I introduce myself to everyone, and we can go around and let the players introduce themselves. My name is DM Galabond. I have been playing this game of D&D all the way since the days of the old box set with the Keep on the Borderlands, way back in the day. The late 70s, early 80s. And I have collected the source books throughout all of the editions and played on traditional tabletop versions of the game all the way up through. The only game I really didn't play a whole lot of was 4th edition. But I found D&D related podcasts while 4th edition was in play. So I've listened to a lot of 4th edition, and I kind of have a feel for how an actual session plays out based on that. I have been running games on Roll20 for a couple of years now, and started a game about a year ago is when I started the 5e Walker of Waterdeep game, which is my Sunday game that Chris plays in. And we have been slogging through that. That takes 5th edition and Magic the Gathering and sort of pulls them together. There's lore and creatures and places we go that are based on both of the games. Then there's a Thursday night game that James is in. We've been doing the Essentials game. We're just about to get to the end of that. Very close to the final boss, if you will, in that game, Dragon of Icespire Peak. And I also ran a short-ish campaign that I'm going to have to go back and rethink how I introduce it, because it never really caught on the way that my other 2 games have. Didn't have consistent players with it, where we were trying to play a 1st edition game. So going all the way back to the original rules of D&D, actually pre-AD&D, and playing an edition of that game. But like I said, that's a big learning curve for a lot of people, and I have to figure out a better way as a DM for presenting and introducing that and getting people comfortable with those rules before just trying to jump in and run a game with folks. All right, so Johannes, have we heard anything back from your friends, or?
Yeah, I have 2 friends who are keen. However, the link I copied and pasted doesn't work. I think it has to come from you, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So, all right. Do you want to PM me in over on the? I don't know if you can open another tab on your browser and go to the Roll20 and send me a private message with their contact information, and I will send it to them.
Sure, I can just type it in. I think that's fine. So this is the Roll20 for one of them, Lefty. Would you be able to find them via this?
Okay, let me see if I can find them. I will go to that. It's just called Lefty.
Yeah.
Okay. How do I find a player? Player directory. Player directory. There it is.
And the other one is Fearologist.
Okay, now Roll20 is going to take forever for that to come up. Okay, so
That should give us an almost full party.
Oh. Okay, the player directory is a directory of players seeking. Okay. Wait. Okay. Now. Oh, it's a.
Otherwise,
Okay.
I can get them to try to message you if that is easier.
That might be easier because apparently you have to put in a game and then look for players that want to play this game
If you
And
just
then,
send a private message, I think you can just look them up under private message.
oh, okay. Let me see.
Do a search under private message. I just did it, and I found Lefty right off the bat. Actually, there's a bunch of lefties, so I'm not sure which one it would be. Yeah, that might not work.
I've just sent them both a message and asked them to contact you on Roll20.
Okay. All right. I'll watch this for their messages. All right. Well, Johanna, since this is your first time playing with me, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to James and Chris?
Sure thing. I'm not sure whether I have quite such an elaborate introduction as yourself ready, but yeah, I've been playing D&D for about 2.5 years now, I would say, and I started here at the University of Edinburgh at the role-playing society. So they have a society that does D&D and a bunch of other game modes. So I joined with them because I always wanted to try. I was always keen trying to try D&D, and I really enjoyed it and have been continuing to play ever since. And of course with the recent quarantine, meeting with my friends hasn't really been possible, so I've started playing Roll20 and I'm quite enjoying it. Was there anything else that you were looking for just now?
Oh no, that's great. That's actually good. And I did get a message from Furologist, so let me copy this link, and I will message them. Oh, and it looks like Lefty has also. Okay.
Yeah, anyway, so I really look forward to playing with you three regulars. And it looks like, the game is very well set up and you're all experienced players. So I'm really looking forward to the game tonight. Well, for me tonight anyway.
Yeah, it's afternoon for me, but one of the reasons I put it in the afternoon is that on my Sunday game, we also have a player from the UK. He's... Chris, do you remember, is Ash from... I think it's near Manchester. It's not Manchester, but he's near Manchester is where he's from.
Oh, right. I lived in Manchester for a good 4 years or so.
Yeah, and he's... everybody seems to be enjoying that game. And so, James, you're the next newest person. So, James, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to Johannes and to Chris?
Sure. So I'm currently a 40-something father of 7 kids. I've known about D&D since I was a child, but I've never played it other than maybe a few computer games. And so a few months ago, I discovered Roll20 and thought, hey, this looks cool. I can do it at home. I don't have to be away from home long to go try to play this game. And DM Galabon's taught me a lot. I'm having fun playing an elf and his other adventures on Thursday nights. And so today I'm going to try playing a fighter. So not a whole lot of experience playing, but I'm learning quickly and having fun.
Great.
That's the most important part. Look forward to playing with you, James.
Yeah, same.
And Chris, a grizzled old veteran of D&D and Roll20. Go ahead and introduce yourself too.
My name is Christian. I'm 23. I've been playing D&D for 5, maybe a little over 5 years now. About 5 years. I've played through most of the main modules. The only one I never really finished, besides the new ones, was Storm King's Thunder. Because every time I tried, it got canceled. But I joined in Galabon's Sunday game a little late. I think they were level 3 at that point.
Yeah.
I play a barbarian / sorcerer named Galabar. He is a big goof of a barbarian, unless he needs to be serious. I try to play characters that are not exactly the most stereotypical. As you see tonight, with the character that I have come up with the template I was given, I like to try to go against the how a character would, how a certain class or race would usually act in most cases. So hopefully this should be fun.
Yeah, I certainly look forward to seeing what you did with it. I always try to be a little unorthodox myself, so I can totally relate with that. Anyway, I look forward to playing with you, Chris.
I took what was a small part of what this character was and turned it into the major part of what this character is.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Nice.
Hey man, how's it going? You alright?
Yeah, good. You?
Yeah, not too bad.
Nice. Is there the character sheets for these characters somewhere, or do I make it myself?
Yeah, so Lefty took the Ranger. You can get either of the other two options.
The orc or the cleric, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Is there the character sheet somewhere, or do I make it by myself?
DM Gallibon is going to allocate the character to you based on your preference.
Oh, okay.
Hello, this is Lefty.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up?
Lefty.
Hey, we
All right, man.
I hope I do. Haha.
Are you feeling? Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go the other orc, if that's all right.
Yeah, man. Sure. That means we won't be
Yeah,
having
I think
any
I chose the
delay.
Human Ranger.
Are you not finding another player then?
No, it's fine. I don't know. It's up to DM Gallimon, obviously, but my impression is that this is us now, but it's probably going to be fine.
If there's no healer, I don't mind going cleric. But...
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what's most important is that you have fun, eh?
Yeah, I'm not sure where DM Galabond went. I'm not hearing him anymore.
I'm not picky.
Oh shit! Are those the? Oh, never mind. Those are that's what the character's meant to look like, right?
Yeah, although I took a custom one, you can import your own one if you want. So DM Gallimon doesn't mind. So I took a custom one as well.
Which one's that?
Arkan, the
Oh yeah, I see the
Dragonborn. Yeah, that's me. Arr.
I didn't know you as Arkan, so.
Arkan.
I am talking now.
Yeah, I think the DM's not hearing anyone, but I can hear everyone.
Yeah. So I think, Chris, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear the DM?
No.
Fuck.
Yeah, he was here just now, like a second ago. So maybe it's just like a setting.
There we go.
Oh, he's back.
perfect.
There he is.
There we go. Something I don't know what was going on. All right.
Mm.
Okay.
Well, it's working now.
Yes, Fearologist. Sorry about that. I wasn't hearing you. So
I changed my mind. I'm going to go to cleric.
okay, you want to take the cleric then?
Yeah. Unless we're finding a fifth player, then I'll play the orc.
No, the yeah, the cleric is fine. So let me go ahead and get that assigned to you. While I'm doing that, Lefty, do you want to tell these everybody a little bit about your experience as a player? Unless you've already done that and I just didn't hear it.
Lefty. I think he's dead.
No, sorry about that. Somebody put on a blender right behind me as soon as you started talking, so I missed everything.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
To a room. I was mad. Don't do that to me.
Okay, Fearologist, you should have the cleric now, and you can change the name.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Oh, there.
If you want to.
Damn, I'm sexy.
You look like a milk boy.
Is there do I make the character sheet by myself?
No, you just take the character sheet as it is just now, but you have 25 gold to spend on anything extra that you want.
Oh shit! It's inside the Roll20.
Yes.
Yeah, so you just click on the next to the chat window, just the journal thing, and you should have your character there.
Yeah, the journal is a little newspaper thing at the top.
Oh, nice.
So you should have your character there. If you just click on it, your character sheet is going to open up, and you have all your details there.
Oh yeah, I see it. I got 25 gold to spend. Did you say?
Yeah. So if you want anything else other than the gear that you already have.
Well, time to hit the tavern and find some hot babes.
Well, you're my kind of priest.
Oh wait, yeah, I am a priest.
You might miss the caravan.
All right. Okay.
Code that I go by? Prayer book, holy symbol.
Okay, so here's the scenario for our game. There are a lot of caravan companies that operate out of the trade hub of Baldur's Gate. And one of these companies is called Red Company. And you guys are part of the 5th caravan that has left from Baldur's Gate for the month. And you are headed north to Neverwinter. That is your ultimate destination. And you all are the crew of the 5th wagon. And there is an NPC not appearing in this game, half-orc rogue that is on the wagon as well. But you, Ranger, you are the driver of the wagon. You were hired as the drover, and because of some of the things in your background, your horses, they haven't even thrown so much as a shoe, and you have been told by the cargo master of the caravan that he's going to recommend you for a promotion when they get back to Baldur's Gate. Because it's and that doesn't surprise you because as a soldier in the war, you drove ambulances. And these are swift, light carts pulled by a team of 2 fast horses that raced into active battlefields with a couple of strong acolytes to pull seriously wounded soldiers from the fighting and take them back to a field hospital where clerics and herbalists would patch them up, do what they could for them. Now, cleric, you were hired as the groom, the person who tends the horses, and your animal handling and your knowledge of animals is such that a couple of days into the caravan, the cargo master started asking you to go around to all the horses and just see if any of them were showing any signs of strain or whatnot. And you know some little herbal things that you can give to them and soothe them and tell people what to do for them if they're looking a little stressed or whatnot. And so you're doing well. Wizard, you were hired as the cook. So you have been on the caravan, and everybody really likes your food. You studied with a wizard as his apprentice, and one of the things that he always made you do is he always made you make the food for him and his family. So you learned your way around a kitchen pretty well with that. And the paladin and the half-orc fighter, you guys were hired as caravan guards. So every wagon is assigned 3 guards. The rogue was hired as a security specialist, mainly because he impressed the Red Company recruiters with his knowledge of actually how to sneak into a caravan camp at night and steal stuff while people were sitting there. So they're like, oh, you know how to do that? Then you know what to watch for. So we'll hire you as the security expert. And you guys are just mainly hired as, if anything attacks, you kill it or make it stop attacking, one way or the other. And so one of you is kind of an expert with range weapons. One of you is an expert with martial weapons or melee weapons. And that's pretty much where we are. And as our story or any questions about that before we move ahead?
I just got messaged by one of my DMs. They're watching, and they wanted to know if we needed that 6th player.
Oh, yeah, he can join. He or she can join us. They want to.
Yeah.
Have them, since it seems to need to work this way, have them send me a message and roll 20, and I will then invite them to the game, because I think the link has to come from me.
Yeah,
I'm staying as this, by the way. Is there any specific god that I pray to?
That's up to you. If you have
apparently she already sent you a message.
Okay. Is that Goonie Broad?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Excellent.
She is one of my other DMs, and she is pretty great.
Okay. Okay. And then I am going to do one other thing on this, because this person, Sean, never showed up. I'm going to remove them from the game just in case it's going to try to soon as she gets in, we will go ahead and...
Looks like roll. Did you start roll 20? Because mine just rebooted on its own.
I can't seem to hear anybody.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Everyone.
Like roll 20 just rebooted.
Yeah, roll 20 did reboot on the streaming machine. It didn't reboot on my laptop, but it rebooted on the streaming machine for whatever reason.
I think it might have rebooted for us as well.
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, let me... Okay.
Ah, now I hear people.
Someone's coming across scratchy.
Yeah, I think that's Chris. Every
Trying
time.
to fix my mic because I...
All right.
Right, can I just confirm everybody's character name? Yeah. Anyway, so I'm the paladin. I'm a Dragonborn paladin. My name is Arkin. My in-game name.
Hello, Arkin. Nice to meet you.
Who's everybody else?
Yeah,
I'm
this
Valis.
Oh,
Sorry.
who is Valis?
I am Theologist Valis, half-elf cleric. I serve the god of Helm, something protecting the weak, all that jazz.
All right, James is playing Herc. I'm a half-orc fighter, archer specialist.
Nice.
Okay, so you're Herc. Cool.
Because I like to put on the Herc.
Lefty is playing Juliana, your driver. And she's a ranger.
Okay.
Well, I am playing Jonathan Mathers, the half-elf chef wizard.
Jonathan. Okay.
Known for his cooking magic.
Quite so. Your lentil soup is particularly good.
I'm glad you like it. He wears a... Well, what is loosely shown in his token, but he also wears a chef's hat as his wizard's hat, and he has an apron that has embroidered on it, "Kiss the Cook."
Well, I have
his spell book is a cookbook.
Breath for kisses, so not so sure whether that's what you had in mind.
Goonie, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Wonderful, great. We can hear you, or at least I can hear you.
Yeah, I heard.
Why do I keep getting a double on this? Oh, never mind.
You said you were watching it on Twitch while you were, so that's why.
Yeah.
Is this being streamed?
Yeah, there we go.
Hey,
All
well,
right.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, and Goonie, go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself. We know more because Chris said you're one of his DMs, but other than that,
Yep, I DM for Chris on Sunday mornings with a group of other people, and I've been doing D&D on and off for 30 years. I started playing with first edition many years ago. Yes, I'm kind of an old fart. So, but anyway, that's being said, took a break for about 10 years and then came back when fifth edition came out, and kind of finally got the courage to DM a year ago. So
excellent. Well, I was just telling them that I have been playing D&D since the days of the old box set with the Keep on the Borderlands. So I've been around quite a while myself, and I have played and DM'd in practically every edition except 4th, And then I got into Roll20 running games a couple of years ago. I had an account for a long time that I never really did anything with, and then I started running games, and it's been a lot of fun. And Sunday night or Sunday afternoon and Thursday night are some fun games. All right, so I need to go back, and now you. Goonie, you have the ability to change the name of your character. You can assign a gender. You can do whatever. Those names, original names, were all just randomly generated. I think everybody has changed their name at this point. And you were hired as a security specialist. What you didn't know when you were playing a dice game a 10-day before this caravan left in a seedy little tavern in Baldur's Gate is that one of the people you were dicing with was the cargo master for this very caravan. And he was asking you questions about how to hit a caravan and how to take items from it. And you had an extensive knowledge of how to basically infiltrate a caravan camp at night and steal cargo while people are supposedly on guard. And he was so impressed with that he offered you a job as the security specialist for a caravan. And it's like, there was that one little job that went bad, and the heat from the law was getting pretty close. So it's like, oh, this is a good way to get out of town and get paid.
Yes, it is.
So
awesome.
Off you went. And your caravan your caravan company is called Red Company, and it's the 5th caravan of the month, so it's Caravan 5, hence the name Red Company 5 for the adventure. You are traveling north from Baldur's Gate on the long road. Your destination is Neverwinter. And you're leaving the trailing foothills of the Sword Mountains behind, and you started skirting the Mere of Dead Men to your left as you're traveling north along the long road. Some of you have become a bit tense over the past few minutes. At first, you couldn't put a finger on why, but as the moments ticked by, you realized that the normal animal sounds of the forest and the marsh have fallen silent. The frogs and insects and even the birds have gone quiet. The only sounds on the road are the thundering of the horses' hooves and the clatter of the wheels of the wagons in the caravan. Part of you wants to stop and strain your ear for any sound that would help you understand what's happening. And part of you just wants to get past whatever is causing this without running into trouble. Then, far more quickly, and with more agility than something its size should possess, your eyes behold the reason all the other creatures have gone silent. Swerving around a low but steep hill on your right comes an enormous green dragon. Its wings flap in powerful, urgent strokes as it speeds toward the great swamp. Your mouths fall open, and at first no sound comes out. Then you hear someone swear, and it's like the momentary spell is lifted and everyone begins scrambling. Some of the archers go for their bows, as some of the archers go for their bows, the dragon seems to catch the attention, or that seems to catch the attention of the dragon, almost as though it had not even noticed your caravan before some of the puny humanoids dared to offer resistance. Indeed, the dragon seems to act more with annoyance than hostility, as its path brings it hurling low across the road and over your caravan, its wingtips nearly brushing the treetops on their downstrokes. Instead of unleashing its lethal breath weapon on the caravan, it simply glares at all the wagons and the horses and the humanoids with a menacing scowl, and it unleashes a roar that seems like it shakes the very foundations of the world. The wagons lurch as primal fear courses through the terrified horses, who would all but bolt in 100 directions in blind terror if it weren't for the yokes, harnesses, straps, chains, and reins holding them to the wagon. And I need all of you to make wisdom saving throws against the dragon's frightful presence.
What did he do with my character sheet? There it is.
Oh dear. We're not doing too well, are we?
Doesn't seem like it.
Okay, Johannes, Herc, Chris, or I said Arkan, Herc, Jonathan, Juliana, and let's see, Philologist, what have you changed your
7.
name to? 7? Valis. Valis. Okay, yeah. All of you have the frightened condition now. And the frightened condition, that basically means that you have disadvantages on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of your fear is within line of sight, and you cannot willingly move closer to the source of your fear. And all of the horses have failed their rolls.
Oh dear.
But driver, if you wish, you can try to do a animal handling check to see if you can keep them from
That's a good roll.
bolting.
Juliana pulls on the reins. Whoa, whoa!
Okay, let's see. Oh wow. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you pull on the reins, and the horses, their fear on the one hand is driving them. You're kind of controlling them, and therefore instead of trying to run in separate directions, they all just pull forward, and you guys shoot ahead faster than the rest of the wagons. Your wagon begins to just start passing by other wagons where horses are just screaming and bucking. You see a couple of wagons veer off towards the side of the road where the forest is, and you hear behind you a crash as a wagon smacks into a tree or something. Your initial roll means that the rest of you do not need to make dexterity saves to keep from falling prone, because the wagon is still kind of under control. So great job. This great rush of wind sweeps past all of you in the wake of the dragon, and even over the screaming humanoids and horses and battering you're taking, you're bounced along, and you can hear the flight of the dragon like some enormous arrow whistling through the sky to a target that surely must be doomed. All right, so what would the rest of you like to do? You can hang on, you can try to take some other action, you can try to do something that would help the driver.
Can I just confirm we're all on the caravan, yeah? We're like not walking next to it or something like that.
Correct.
Being
You guys
prepared.
are all, correct. You guys are all on the wagon. These wagons are set up so that everybody who's part of the crew can ride. They don't have to walk separately.
Herc is going to go up if there's room to just help out the driver.
Okay. All right. If you're going to try to move up there, then I will need you to make a dexterity check to see if you can navigate that while the wagon is speeding up the road.
Just to verify, she got somewhat control of the horses, but they're still kind of spooked a little bit.
Yeah, they're still very spooked. It's going to take several successive animal handling checks to slow
Gotcha.
it down.
As is the driver. She's spooked too.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go up and try to help out in some way, even if it means I have to like thunk a horse on the head or something.
Okay. All right. Well, you can go ahead and make me a dex save too. Okay, Herc, your dex save is good enough to keep you from falling off the wagon, but you kind of misjudge a step, and the wagon lurches in a certain way, and you wind up falling, and now you're prone, hanging on to the wagon. But Goonie,
Sorry. It took forever for that to roll up, so
that's
sorry.
fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm using your first roll anyway.
Okay.
That's good enough. You are able to get up to the bench and sit down next to the driver. And
I guess I'm just holding on for dear life and grunting, right?
Yeah. On your next turn, you'll be able to see if you can regain your feet. Arkan, Valis, Jonathan, you guys doing anything?
Yeah, is the I'm Valis, by the way. Is the dragon in sight of us still?
The dragon is in your sight, but what you notice as it's flying over the swamp, you're now noticing that, and you didn't really notice this before. Maybe you weren't paying attention or whatever, but now you notice that there's mist rising in the swamp as the dragon is flying over. So it's gonna be it's probably going to be another round or at the most 2 before it's out of sight.
Is it? How far is it away in feet? Like,
it's moving at its full velocity, which I think for a full-grown dragon is slightly faster.
Is it 60 feet away?
Yeah, but it's doing its full round. You're doing its full round movement, so it's like probably 120 feet.
Okay, never mind then. I do nothing.
So let's see, what is its flying speed? The flying speed is it's 160 feet if it's doing a full round move.
That's right.
Yeah.
If it's 60 feet within us, I wanted to cast something. But.
Yeah. It's gone. But you can still see it, and the horses are still panicked. And by the sounds you're hearing, most of the people on the caravan are still panicked. Okay. Anybody else doing anything?
As soon as he sees that Jonathan is going to slowly take his chef's hat off and just wring it in his hands a bit. And I'm assuming that there are seats in these caravan.
Yeah. You guys have
things that we're in, that they've been sitting on.
Yeah.
He slowly just starts. He slowly moves and just crawls up under one of those seats and tries to make himself look as small as possible.
Okay.
Because he failed his wisdom save. He is sufficiently frightened.
Wow.
He knows he is squishy and would be a snack for this dragon.
Nice.
Okay. Well then, the as you go along, everybody can make another wisdom save to see if you can resist this fear effect one more time. Okay, Jonathan and Juliana. You guys both managed to beat the fear effect. Everybody else is still under the influence of that dragon. Because you
Bloody hells, that dragon reminds me of my great uncle.
Fuck's sake.
He was one tough son of an ogre.
Do you? Well, no, you don't. So I'm gonna award you inspiration for that. So give yourself inspiration
Thank you.
for that. That was good. So the Juliana, you're now kind of composing yourself, and I'm going to go ahead and let you try another animal handling check.
Nice.
Okay. That's good. And the horses, they seem to start to relax, and then the dragon lets out another yell.
Oh, fuck.
And that just sets the horses off, and they start running again, and there's a jolt. And Juliana, you have driven wagons long enough to realize that particular jolt means that a wheel has hit something in the road that is a pretty decent size obstruction. The rest of you may not have known that, but you suddenly start to realize it as your world, which is the wagon, begins to raise up off the ground underneath you as a wheel has struck a rock, and now the whole thing is beginning to pitch forward. So everybody go ahead and make a dex save to see if you can stay with the wagon as it starts flying through the air.
Including Juliana?
Including Juliana, yes. And Jonathan, because you said you were underneath a bench, yeah, I'll give you advantage on that.
Oh. Apparently it didn't matter.
Okay.
I'm not sure what I've done, but I can't see my character sheet anymore.
Uh-oh. Let me double.
Oh, wait, never mind. I got it. I'm an idiot.
Okay. All right. No, that's okay. Yeah, sometimes it goes to a separate window, and then it can wind up getting stuck behind. All right. Well, there's a loud crash. There's, you all feel a tremendous knock on your heads. And then everything seems to go silent as the world around you just goes black. And you don't know how long the blackness lasts, but it lasts a certain amount of time until you guys all come to, and you realize that you are in the swamp. And okay, so a couple
this place stinks.
Couple of you, I haven't had a chance to assign the tokens to you, so let me go ahead and do that. So let's see. This is there we go. Okay. Oh, Juliana, you might be able to control the token. Then let's see. And Lulu, you might be able to control the token.
Yep, I can control my token.
And Valis, okay. I did better than I thought because I assigned those to character names, and when players got assigned, who just took your? Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. That is. What's the Dragonborn's name again?
Arkan Tunaroth.
There we
Arkan
go.
will do.
There we go. And do that. Okay, and then that's the one thing. Oh, all right. So all right. So yes, as Herc pointed out, this place stinks. And you look around and you see there's some water and there's a mist that covers everything. And you can't see but maybe 5 or 10 feet in front of you. And as you look, you see, you don't see any sign of the wagon. And you see drag marks in the mist. And the drag marks lead right up to where your heels are. You have your armor on, but you don't have any weapons. And it looks like you have been dragged here by someone or something. And as you gradually come to your senses, you begin to hear strange sounds in the mist. And sounds are like
We're on indoor.
It's like
Neither that or it's the
is that what your uncle
internal
sounds like?
stench.
Yes,
and
my great uncle Argus.
Fuck your great uncle Argus.
and gradually shapes begin to resolve out of the mist, and you see a host of misshapen people. There are humanoids that look like they have, some of them have animal heads, some of them have arms or legs that are clearly animal-like. You see off over there, whoops, if I do this, you see off over this way, there's your wagon finally over there. And you see a whole bunch of these people. And over here, I couldn't really find a perfect analogy for it, so I just used like this little fire ring over here. There is a pile, and that pile appears to contain all of your weapons. And there is one of these people who appears to be like inspecting them. He's not handling them, but he is like inspecting them and looking at them and whatnot. And these creatures here, mostly they have like crude spears that are like a branch of a tree that's been, all the bark has been pulled off, and it's got like a bone a bone spear tip that's been wrapped around it. The extremely primitive type of situation. And they look and they go, and a couple of them point at you now that they see you're starting to sit up and your eyes are open. And one of them will turn around and go, and then when there's no reaction from the fire pit, he runs over and he starts tugging on this guy's robe. So what would you all like to do while that happens?
I assume I don't have my shield either, right?
Yes, your shield is gone.
Okay.
Your shield is over there.
Are these mongrel folk?
Would your character know what mongrel folk are? Roll me a nature check. See if your character has ever run into these. You might have heard rumors that there are some people that are descended from, you don't know what they're descended from, maybe from the subjects of Mad Wizard's experiments or something, where people are crossed with animals in some kind of hideous
experimentation.
Yeah. There's a lot of them, and they look cautious, but they don't, they clearly haven't attacked you.
So as Arkan comes to himself, he's like, "Oh, what the? Oh. Guys, fall back."
What's the terrain around here look like? Lots of rocks, lots of little gullies, or is it just...
Go ahead and I'll just change the settings on this page to remove the fog of war completely. So yeah, there's several streams of water. There's a few boulders, standing trees, fallen trees. The ground itself is very muddy.
Okay. And we were just kind of dumped over here, just wherever.
Yeah, your wagon, clearly, it looks like it got completely wrecked. There's no sign of the horses.
Did they take my cookbook?
How do you normally carry it? Is it in a backpack or in?
It's like in a book holster on my hip.
No, that is there with you. And of course, any spells you had memorized, you still have memorized.
Did they take my hat?
No, it's kind of askew across your face, but it's still on. Amazingly, with that good roll you had, that advantage you had, even though you didn't have a great roll, the advantage lets you remembered, oh, my hat, and you grabbed onto it. Maybe that's why your roll wasn't so good, is because you were worried about losing your hat and your book.
Herc's gonna sort of hold out his arms and hands like in a non-threatening manner, and she's like, "Oh, calm down," and I'm gonna try and make my way towards our weapons and see what they do. Okay.
Well, as you start to do that, this person comes in your direction, and he says, "By the by, it looks like you all had a rather nasty accident."
We did. Wow. We mean you no bother. We would like to just gather our stuff and be on our way.
Oh, well, it's no bother. We saw that some of you were face down in the water, and in fact, a few of you are just completely soaked. So we thought we might lend some assistance. However, the Queen has very strict rules about non-citizens going about armed. So I was just inspecting your weapons to see what brings you to Her Majesty's realm today.
We were just passing through. We had no intention of coming into this swamp paradise. But we're just transporting goods, and our horses got spooked, and we ended up here. We're very grateful that you helped us in our situation. But if the Queen allows, we'd like to just be on our way.
Well, now you say your horses were spooked. Her Majesty would very much like to know what was such a disturbance for your horses. What manner of thing was it that disturbed your horses? And there are no roads here. Why would you bring a wagon like that? And he points at the wreck through the swamp here. That makes no sense.
And as he says that, I'd like to wake up with drool on my mouth saying, well, a dragon.
Yeah, and I just scratched my head. I said, I guess, did you not see the dragon that just flew near here?
And he says, oh, dragon, you say? Dragon? Pray tell, what color was this dragon?
I believe it was a green dragon.
And he says,
Indeed, it was.
He puts his hand on his heart, and then he puts his fingers to his forehead, and then kind of very ritual gesture, fingers to his forehead, fingers to his chin, and then touches each shoulder. And he says, oh, Her Majesty will definitely want to see you. She has told us to look for the sign. I believe you are the sign that Her Majesty has been looking for. And all of the other people are like looking at him, and they, when he says that you all are the sign, they all like their voices start going kind of excitedly. And he says, yes, I believe we must get you to Her Majesty right away. Yes, Pig Eye, Crow's Foot, Crackers, go get their weapons, bring it to them. They are to be guests of Her Majesty. And so several of the people, and you can tell one of them does indeed. He has one human leg and one leg that kind of looks like a frog, and he walks with this really odd gait. And another one has like a head that looks human, but it's covered in fur like a bear might have. And they go over and they start picking up things, and they will bring them over, and they'll just like hold them out and let whoever belongs to the weapons pick them out of their hands. And he says, the one who's been speaking to you says, who am I speaking to? Do you all have names?
My name is Herc.
Herc. It is a pleasure. You may call me Macheath. And I have the honor to be in service to Her Majesty, the most gracious Lady Koa Orax Nagish Zalshox the enchanting. May she reign forever.
Lady Koa, etc. May she reign forever. Yeah. And I look at everyone else and kind of just shake my shoulder, shrug my shoulders and hold out my hands and go, what do you guys think?
Could I make a history check or something to see if I know that name?
You absolutely can.
Even though
21.
it's not my specialty, can I make an insight check?
You
this guy.
certainly can. Jonathan, that name, there's something vaguely familiar about not the name itself, but the structure of the name. It evokes something, but you can't quite place a finger on it. And yeah, Lulu guy seems perfectly on the level. You don't detect any deception from him at all.
Okay.
Well, McKeith, that you have returned our weapons to us is a fine gesture by yourself. We shall attend to the audience with your venerable Lady Kowa Orax Nagash Sashax. I hope I got that right.
Oh, that was very good. That was very good. Yes, it is, and he will give orders, and the misshapen people start to line up in what looks like kind of an honor guard escorting you, and he will drill you all on her name, and I am going to put this in the Discord or in the Roll20, and say that it's very important that when you meet her, that you address her by her full title.
Okay.
So, yeah, Her Majesty, the Most Gracious Lady Koa Orax Nagish Zalshax the Enchanting, may she reign forever.
And Herc looks over to McKeith and just says, hey, and if you see our horses, can you gather them for us by chance if you happen to see them in your lands while we go to visit Her Majesty?
Oh yes, I would be happy to. And then he turns and he rattles off a few other crazy sounding names, and there's like 5 of these people that they just start heading off in a different direction, and the rest of them form up. And I'm not going to take the time to do that because we already have another map over here waiting for us. And so you all are, you're going to have to do that a couple of times there.
Yeah,
so let's see. Archon. Okay. And then it's okay. Excellent. Okay, so and then and then whoops. Sorry, I have to put a couple of these other tokens back on the correct layer. So they are all there. Okay. So McKeith is leading you off, and these mongrel folk or the misshapen folks, they all form up along the side of you, and I'm going to go ahead and change the perspective here. Oops, so that it's a little easier to see the whole thing. There we go. And as you are walking, he tells you it maybe will be about an hour to get to Her Majesty's court. And you are traveling about a half an hour when suddenly in the mist ahead, you hear some skittering noises coming. And your guards, they all sort of see outlines in.
I think you're fading in and out.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out. We don't hear you.
Become apparent.
Hey, DM, we lost you there for a while. We didn't get all of
We
that.
lost like most of that.
It sounds like someone's eating, but I can't hear the DM.
Yeah, Gallivant, I don't think any of us can hear you.
Nope.
Yeah, I think he restarted his icon thing, but yeah, we can't hear him now.
Looks like his voice indicator is stuck.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
He's back. He's back.
Yay!
Hey.
So we heard the skittering, but then we lost everything after that. We don't know what.
Oh, okay. Well, shapes begin to emerge from up ahead, and you see up here a bunch of crazy-looking creatures. They have 8 legs like spiders, but they're covered with fur, and they have long necks and heads that resemble eels.
What the hell
with sharp teeth. And
I immediately dropped my shield and grabbed my bow.
Okay.
Lulu goes,
I
that ain't
sword,
right.
Choose my sword, drop my shield, and pull my bow out.
Okay. So these things all start to scatter. And before we do initiative, let me tell you how all of your companions react. McHeath, he says, "Oh, friends, it's the invaders. It's the ones who have been invading the Queen's lands. Oh." And he rushes back behind you guys. And these guys here to your left, they all just dart off into the swamp away from you. And this group of enemies gives chase and goes after them. And then this group over here of your guards to the left, they all rush off into the swamp.
A fine set of guards indeed.
And this group of enemies up here runs away. So now this particular group just advances towards you. And we can go ahead and we can roll initiative. And so let's see, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to roll initiative. Okay, 816. Okay.
Well, I know I clicked the button.
How did you get an 8.16?
Okay.
That's the dexterity.
There we go.
It's good to know we somehow slipped into Starship Troopers somewhere into the.
And then MacHeath, we'll give him a turn. And we'll say he is. Okay. And he will get this. Oh, okay. And that will be. All right. So let's see. I don't think we have any ties, so that's good. We'll go ahead and put it in descending order. And Juliana, yeah, you see a bunch of these crazy looking things. And who's my ranger? Is that Juliana?
That's Juliana. Yep.
That is.
Okay, Juliana, you'll notice that one of the things I gave you might come in handy in this game in terms of favorite enemy.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And natural exploration.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that comes in handy here. Good.
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna skip over this water over here and head over to the front of this island with my longbow at ready, and I'm gonna take a shot.
Okay. Are you able to move your token?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right.
And I'm gonna shoot at the center of the front row of the front group.
Okay.
Longbow. Come on, longbow.
Oh, 24. That's good. That's gonna hit. And you deal 4 points of damage. Okay. And that will bloody it. Now, for those of you who have not played anything outside of 5th edition, bloodied is a mechanic from an earlier edition where it means that somebody is at half health or less. I think it's a useful thing because if somebody's at half health, okay, you can see they're hurt pretty bad. But otherwise, they either are fully healthy, somewhat injured, or bloodied, or dead. And that's all the granularity I'll give you, about the condition of your enemies. So that was a move. That was an action. Do you have a bonus action you want to do, Juliana?
Not at this time.
Okay. Herc.
Crossing the stream, is it difficult, or can I just hop over it?
It's narrow enough that you can hop over it.
And then this right here, am I able to just hop up on top of this? Is it like just kind of a little raised?
Yeah, it's a stone. It's a stone with kind of a flat top. You can stand on it if you wish.
All right, so I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Just get right up on top of it. And I've got my longbow, and I'm going to go ahead and target this one right here.
Okay. Oh, nice. That's going to be a hit. 20. So go ahead and roll the damage.
Shoot, why didn't it roll the damage?
It's a setting in Roll20 where it either automatically rolls damage or not.
I guess I didn't do that, so...
Oh. Herc, how would you like to kill this creature?
It's just going to go right into its heart, and it's just going to drop.
Okay. With hitting it for 7 hit points, boom. It falls down, and its little legs twitch and start to curl up. All right. Anything else? That was a move. That was
no. I'm just gonna be pulling another arrow and getting ready for my next shot.
Okay. Well, your friend McHeath says, "Yes, friends, good. Fight them. And he goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He kind of climbs up on this and he pulls out a dagger. And he says, "Fight them, friends, get them." He seems to be emboldened by the fact that you all are having some quick success. All right. All right, Rogue Lulu.
Yes.
You. Oh, did I? I have not yet put you on the board. I am sorry about that.
What? Me?
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Okay. No,
I'm
never
back-
mind.
right
Never
back
mind.
here.
No, never mind.
It's okay. I was like, what? Huh?
Okay.
Oh,
I
now I
I
can
will
see you
just-
twice.
I will just take the one that
Yeah,
I had put
it's
on.
okay.
Okay. All right. So-
Okay. So. Okay. I can walk forward 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So, come on. Helps if I select my token. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then I am going to take a knee to steady myself and fire a arrow using my short bow.
Okay. And which one are you going to target?
The one that's still in front. So,
Okay, the bloodied one.
yes, that one. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see here. I had it up. There we go. All right, crossbow. Bang. Woohoo.
Oh, that's a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
It seems like it if it comes up with 2, it's because I wasn't sure if I hit the short bow damage.
Oh,
Okay.
that will slay it.
Woohoo!
How does your arrow kill it?
Right through the. You said it's got a head like an eel.
Yeah.
Okay, and lots of teeth.
Yeah.
Okay, so when it opened its mouth to scream or do something, make a noise, she fires the arrow right through its mouth, right through the back of its head and brain.
Oh, okay. And it falls over and its legs twitch and start to curl up. Okay. Anything else that you want to do?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. Well, now the rest of these horrifying things get to go. And so they are going to show you just how fast they are. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Oh dear.
And then it runs all the way up to the ranger, but because it had to use more than one movement, it can't do anything when it gets there. So it's just going to look ugly at you. 5, 10, 15, 20. And then 5, 10, 15. Same for Lulu. 5, 10, 15, 20. And 5, 10. Another one coming up there at the ranger. 5. Oops. 10, 15, 20. And it will come over at the rogue. And then this one will be 5, 10, 15, 20. It can't even get close enough to do anything. 5, 10, 15, 20. And this one can't even get close enough to do anything. So, all right, that's pretty much all that they can do. Jonathan.
Jonathan stands stock still for a moment, having PTSD at the amount of roaches he's had to kill throughout his life. And he is going to run behind this boulder And
Okay.
he is going to point his wooden spoon that is his wand at these furry bugs, and he is going to cast a magic missile at 3 of them. At this one, and this one.
Okay. All right.
I hate the ruler sometimes.
So I'll just do them in the order that you pick them to for that one. 5 for this one, which will bloody it, and then 3 for this one, which will not bloody it. So 1 is bloody, 2 are not, but 3 of them have all been hit by the magic missile.
After he shoots off the magic missile, he curls up behind the boulder.
Yeah, it's like
just trying to not be seen.
Yeah, Jonathan, they prepared you for normal bugs getting into the flour and stuff, but you don't know what you would do if you saw some of these in the flour. That would be bad. And Jonathan, for your great description there of how you do your magic, go ahead and give yourself inspiration too. So. All right. Our cleric. I'm trying to remember people's names here. Is that Valis, the cleric? Oh. Are you guys still hearing me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello.
Okay. Cleric, you're up.
Yeah, could I move here? Sorry. There. It is 30 feet, kind of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let me. Yeah. And as I'm running, before I get there, like maybe when I get here, I'd like to fire a. I forgot what it's called. The sacred flame at it. At this one here.
Yes. 5e, you can split your move up, so you can take part of your move, do your action, and then finish your move. Some editions, it doesn't allow you to do that, but 5e is pretty forgiving. It'll let you do that.
Yeah, could I do that then?
Yeah.
And I want to shoot it at that one there, and as I do it, I want to make like a little sound effect, like pew pew pew, when I was my character.
Okay. Now, is that an attack roll, or do I need to make a saving throw for it?
It's a saving throw, so that's that one there. Did it show up? No. Let me try and click it. There we go.
DC 13. Okay, so and it's
4 radiant damage.
Dexterity save. So let's see if these guys are capable of making a dexterity save. Okay, come on. Oh, exactly makes it. So it.
So I clicked it twice. It didn't come up.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. It. Yeah, Roll20's being slow today. So it makes it. It dodges out of the way. It doesn't take any damage from that sacred flame.
Oh no, I didn't make the sound effects loud enough. And he just stands there with a shit.
Okay, and Arkan.
Right.
Last but not least.
Okay. Do you see the purple line here?
Yes.
A line with a 5 feet width. Which one of these would this hit? Or even if I do this one here?
Okay.
It can't be quite that long.
Yeah, as a first level
30.
Dragonborn, I think it's 15 feet.
30. It's 30
Oh,
feet?
it's 30 feet. Okay.
So maybe something like this. Would I be able to hit the 5 of them? It's a 5 feet width straight line for a blue dragonborn.
Yep. Yep, you can do that. So they have to make saves, right? Dexterity saves?
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll let out a little roar, and stomp forward, and I throw myself sideways, a bit over dramatic. And as I do that, I inhale, and I let out a burst of blue lightning energy crackling towards these creatures in a straight line for about that far.
Okay, and what is your spell save DC, or what is your breath
DC
weapon
12.
save? DC 12. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that have to make that. You can go ahead and roll damage because they'll take damage one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. That will be a 2d6, yeah?
Yes. So they take. All right. So the first one is gonna take 2. So he's now bloodied. The second one will take 5, and he is dead. The third one will take 2 and is not bloodied. The fourth and fifth one will each take 5, and they are both bloodied. So that was pretty effective hitting.
So I get myself, with the remainder of my movement, I get myself up off the ground, let out a little grunt, and I move up to here, sort of try to interpose between my allies and the creatures.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's do that flavor-wise. That's great. Okay. Juliana, you are up again. And now you got singed bug in your grill, and man, when that hair burned from that lightning, it stinks. It stinks bad.
No, rough.
It's like wet dog and drowned rat.
Red dog and rat together? No.
Yeah.
A drowned rat is a dead rat.
So I'm gonna attack the one in front of me.
Okay.
With my short sword.
Okay.
And I'll scream at it while I'm attacking.
Oh, that'll hit.
And then I have a dagger. As a ranger, can I use the dagger as well to attack?
Let's see. Did I give it 2 weapon fighting?
I didn't see that in the proficiencies.
Let me double check.
You can still, as a bonus action, you can still hit, but you wouldn't be able to add your proficiency bonus.
That's true. So yes, you can attack, but you don't add your proficiency bonus.
All right. So for the dagger, then that would be like a 1d4.
Well, it will be, your attack roll will be the d20 plus your, because of the dagger and its finesse, you can use either strength or dex. But you don't add your proficiency to the attack roll.
No proficiency to the attack roll. Got it. So I'm going to take off the proficiency and attack with I'm going to attack the same one with my dagger.
Oh, it's already dead. I'm sorry. That
I'll
one
attack the next one with my dagger. It's not rolling.
It takes a minute.
Yeah. It might come up
it's been... Roll20 has been slow.
Well, think about all the people that are probably on here during the day.
Okay, the 11. All right. 11 is exactly what you need to hit these guys. That's another thing I do when the first time in a combat somebody gets the AC directly on, I will tell you what the enemy's AC is. So, and 6 or
6 damage.
Actually, that's good enough to kill. What would you? How do you kill these two? How does your short sword kill the one and your dagger kill the other?
So basically, I lunge forward with the short sword, and then with my other hand, with the dagger, I swing it out like a side swipe.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Herc, you're quickly running out of enemies.
Yeah, if can I see through McKeith or over McKeith to?
Yeah, you can
this
kind
one
of
right here?
bend. You can kind of lean around him and shoot around him.
I'm gonna yell at McKeith. Watch your head, and I'm gonna shoot at this one with my longbow.
Okay, that's gonna hit. And 5 hit points will be exactly what you need to kill it. How does this arrow kill this enemy?
It's gonna just stick right through its head, in and out, right through the head.
Oh my goodness. Okay, and it collapses and falls over. That was an action. Any move or minor action?
No, I'm just going to just notch another arrow because I saw that those other groups kind of disappeared off to the side. So I'm just kind of looking to see if I see those other creatures coming in from the sides.
Okay. And McHeath jumps up and down excitedly and says, "Yes, friends! Yes, friends! You're doing it! You're doing it! Oh, Her Majesty will be so pleased to meet you." And he's basically cheering you guys on. But he's not gonna get over there and try to attack something. He seems now that he's seen these things up closer, he seems scared again.
I'm shooting him a nasty glance, muttering under my breath, "Coward."
All right. Lulu, I believe.
Lulu.
Yes, Lulu, you're up.
Big, strong, mighty rogue named Lulu. All right. So Arkan, what was that, lightning or was that fire? I can't remember. That you shot out and killed all of those things.
That was my lightning breath as a blue dragonborn.
Okay. So she goes to pull her bow back to fire an arrow at the one that's right in front of her. And meanwhile, she's yelling at you as her hair stands on end slightly. "Do you think you could avoid getting a little closer? Just look at my hair." And then she fires.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Woo.
All right. Yeah, that's great. And
It's
so
to
go
the
ahead and
point
roll
where
damage.
she's arguing with him and is like not even looking at him.
So
or
how
not
does
even looking at the enemy, sorry.
Just to clarify, I mean, in melee range, can you use the short bow without?
know.
Yes, you can. It's at disadvantage, but a 13 will still hit. If you use a ranged weapon at melee distance, it's considered disadvantage, but you hit with both rolls, so you're fine.
Okay.
5 is enough to kill it. So how does this arrow take this one out?
So yeah, she basically had done the whole, yelling at the dragonborn and had turned her head to look at him as she fires pretty much point blank. And it pretty much goes in one eye socket, and I don't know if it has ears or not, but out the ear.
Yeah, we'll say it comes out the side of its head somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lulu, but that was a nice shot. Rah!
Oh dear Lord.
And then this thing here, it apparently, I don't know whether it's mindless or whether it's just dedicated to the cause, but it runs right at the Dragonborn, and it is going to open its mouth with these nasty little teeth that it has, and it's going to try to bite.
Ouch.
AC 22 will
Yeah,
hit.
that hits. That hits.
Okay, and go ahead and roll a Constitution save, if you will.
Okay. If I wanted to use my inspiration, do I need to announce that beforehand?
I usually let you make the first roll and then decide if you want to use your inspiration.
Yep, I do.
Okay. Okay. Well, you save, so you take 4 piercing and 5 poison damage. So you take a total of 9 damage.
Oof. I'm glad I took that save.
Yeah.
That inspiration.
And as this thing bites your dragonborn, you can see there's kind of like this this black colored gooey saliva that's coming off of its teeth. And the dragonborn is pretty stoic, but you can sort of see an angry, the skin around where he's been bitten looks real angry, as though it's hurting him pretty bad. And yeah, that's gonna actually bloody the dragonborn. So I'm gonna
that hurts. Oh.
Oh, that's not right.
And Jonathan, you are up, sir.
Okay. Jonathan stands back up, climbs on top of the rock, and just he points his wooden spoon at the creature and fires off 3 magic missiles at it.
Okay. And
just blow it to pieces.
Yep, that will do it. 4 and 5, 9 points of damage total, and it falls over dead with a chunk of the dragonborn's arm still lodged in its teeth. So it's still got some meaty dragonborn flesh there. And all the enemies are gone from the field.
Woot woot.
Or so it would seem. And then there's a noise off in a direction that one of the groups of your honor guard ran. There's a noise from the mist, and it doesn't sound like those creatures. It's not a skittering, and it doesn't sound like the people that were with you. It sounds like people in armor running. And materializing out of the mist, you see 5 of the strangest creatures that you have ever laid eyes on. They look partly like goblins, except these goblins, your eyes have a hard time fixating on them because they have 2 mouths. The 2 mouths are right on top of each other underneath their nose, and they have 4 arms. And one arm holds a shield, one arm holds a light crossbow, one arm holds a mace or a morning star or something like that. And they all come running up, and McHeath turns and says, "Well, now you show up. Would have been nice if you were here earlier." And they kind of rush up, and they're like, "Oh, well, what's going on? What's going on?" Yeah. And they kind of come over and they say, "Are you okay?" And then they start looking, and they're like, "Ew, ugh." "So you guys ran into some of the intruders." And McKeith says, "Oh, yes, we did. Yes, we did. But the ones that Her Majesty has foretold, they have arrived, and they've shown their valor and their value to us in the way they simply slaughtered all of these. And one of them, who appears to be kind of the leader of this motley band of whatever they are, says, "Oh well, that's important. Now, we found another group of the citizens. They were being harassed, and we dealt with the invaders that were attacking them. Was there anybody else with you?" And McKeith points off the other direction and says, "Yes, the others ran off that way, and they were being chased." And one of them turns to another one and says, "Go get the other patrol and see if you can track them down and deal with those intruders." And he gives a salute with two of his arms and says, "Aye, aye, sir." And he just runs off in that direction, and he's gone.
Kind of lean towards Arkham and go, I must have hit my head like really hard. That's just not normal.
Can I walk up to Arkin and pat him on the shoulder as well after she says this, and use Cure Wounds on him?
Oh, sure can.
And I'll say, what god do you worship again? Valis says to Arkin. Right? Yeah.
So first I turn to Lulu. These are strange creatures indeed, aren't they? And their bite. That was a nasty sting.
No, that's not who I was talking about. I was talking about those guys. And she kind of nods her head towards the approaching armored creatures.
Right, Arkin was sort of still busy with this wound, and he turns around looking at these creatures. Oh, goodness me! Well, what are those?
And
turning to Valis. I am a paladin of Helm.
Oh,
my duty is protect those.
Oh, I was gonna make I was gonna tell you to convert and come find me, but what we serve the same God. Nice. Okay, here you go.
Oh dear.
I was gonna say, it's time to convert, wink at him, and then say, I'm here if you need me. But never mind.
After while the goblin things and the Mongo folk are talking, Jonathan walks over to the bug thing he just killed and just kicks it before fixing his hat on his head and just sheathing the wooden spoon in his pocket and just walks back over to the rock and just sits down, like mumbling to himself, like broches.
And one of the apparently one of the soldiers will approach and say, "Hero, are you hurt? Do you need assistance?"
I am fine. These insects did not harm me.
Oh, well, good. They can be nasty. Watch out for their bite. And I will take the bloodied off of Arkin, because he is no longer bloodied. And Mac will quickly make some introductions. He will introduce. Okay, I knew I was forgetting to do something. So he will introduce the. Fortunately, I keep things bookmarked for just such a.
Lulu will then look over at the cook and go, "Do you think any of this is edible?" She kind of picks up the one she shot, and she's got a dagger in the other hand. I can, cut some up for you if you want to keep some.
Phallus perks up and says, "Yes, good idea." As Lily says this.
So as Lulu is holding up one of them, I lean forward suspiciously and sniff a little. Ugh. Oh, I don't know about that.
Jonathan, he like looks over and says, "Do you actually plan on eating that thing?"
Well, you never know. It could be a delicacy. You don't know until you try.
Phallus gestures Lulu like, "Yep, what she said." He said.
Look, I'm the cook, and I'm not touching that thing, so it's all yours.
And so she looks back at Valis and is like, "So where do you want me to put this after I cut it up?"
And
You can keep it on you.
No, you wanted.
I'll take it. You give it to me.
Okay. Do I need to roll something to try to figure out if there's a better part of meat or something worth having off of these creatures?
Yeah, just roll a nature check.
We're gonna get poisoned eating this.
Why do you think Jonathan's not touching it?
Okay, yeah, these things look really odd. Juliana might have some insight on this, but as the ranger in the party. But that would be the only thing. Mac will introduce Captain Wardarm of the Royal Guard and his men of the Southern Patrol. And so they will form up as an honor guard. They will look at you all, and one of the soldiers will volunteer. You can take some of the invaders as trophies if you wish, but Her Majesty's kitchens refuse to do anything with the stuff. They're vile, horrible, and makes most of us sick just to look at them.
I'll pay you 2 gold if you cook it for us.
And the soldier says, "Give me 2 gold, give me 20 gold. I wouldn't cook it for you." And yes, both of his mouths just curl up in disgust, and he turns his head and he spits off to the side.
I'm gonna turn to Arkin and just kind of like, coward.
Herc yells over and says, "I think we should get a move on before any of these other vile creatures arrive or appear."
And McKee says, "Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. That's a wonderful idea. Okay, well we will get a move on. Come, Her Majesty is waiting, and we will."
On the way before they left, she leaned in and goes, "Are you guys wondering about this whole Majesty thing like I am? Why have we never heard of this person?"
Well, maybe because these are swamplands in the middle of nowhere where no sane creature would willingly explore.
You got a point.
That might be it. Not quite sure.
And as we leave, I walk up to the creatures I shot, and one of the arrows is damaged, but one's still pristine. I pull it out of its head and put it in my quiver.
Okay. Yeah, and for those of you, for this one shot, I'm not going to necessarily worry about tracking inventory, but for those of you who are curious, my rule in my games is that for ranged weapons, you can just recover half of the ammunition that you expend in a combat. Half of it is either damaged or lost. The other half is recoverable. Okay, I'm just changing the names here on these so I don't have to keep looking in two places to find everybody's name. All right, so you guys are led after about another half hour. You come to a rather large fortified keep. You would say it looks like the ruins of a keep that has shown some recent signs that it's had some renovation done. There are wooden gates up in the stone walls now, and there's a 2-story building that you all are led into within this courtyard area, and the upper floor appears to be kind of collapsed, but the roof of the first floor seems to be intact. And you get inside, and it's mostly this kind of cobblestone flooring, but it shows areas where there's like tile from like where tile had been before, and there's still sections of that tile in different parts of this chamber. And up in the center of the room, it's dominated by an enormous table that is set as though for a feast. And as you walk in, you see a bunch more of these soldiers around, and a bunch more of what McKeith called the citizens of Her Majesty's kingdom. And then McKeith says, he turns to you all and he says, "Friends, we are going to have a feast in your honor tonight, but I must go and let Her Majesty know that you are here. Please make yourselves as comfortable as you can. We will see that refreshments are brought as quickly as possible." And then he turns and he says something to several of the misshapen people, and they all go running off ostensibly into this area, like that might be a kitchen, and they just disappear into there.
Is there any food on the table?
Not yet.
Are we the food?
Oh, no. You all are, everybody seems to be very happy to see you, and the guards apparently can communicate with these people, but it all sounds like garbled nonsense to you.
Can I try and make an insight check on that Mikesh guy before he leaves?
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
I'm just trying to find it.
How long of a wait do we have to be particular?
In game, you'll probably have a couple of minutes, 5 or 10 minutes wait.
Okay.
You don't have enough to take a long rest.
I was thinking short rest for arcane recovery, but yeah.
Or short rest. You don't have enough for that. Your insight check. You are absolutely certain that he is telling you the truth, that you are honored guests and this banquet is going to be held in your honor. Okay. And he goes and disappears into a chamber back there. And after he's there for a little bit, the there's okay, let me do this. There's some lights that flare up in this area behind the table. And actually, Herc, when you step over there, you see that there is one chair on that side of the table that is very clearly looks like it's kind of a royal chair. And it's a little bit weird because it doesn't have a back on it like a normal throne. But it still looks quite ornate. And there's no other chairs on that side of the table. So it looks like, okay, maybe this is where her Majesty sits to dine. And there's a this area lights up, and you see McKeith lighting torches in sconces, and he turns back and he comes out, and now he has a staff in his hand, which he didn't have before. And this looks like almost a staff of office. And he steps up to the edge of the table and he bangs the staff 3 times on the ground, and all of the chatter of all of the assembled soldiers and citizens, it all sort of dies down, and people all come out. And McKeith says, "Ladies and gentlemen, citizens, soldiers, and honored guests, please allow me to introduce Her Majesty, the Most Gracious Lady Koa Orax Nagish Zalshax the Enchanting. May she reign forever." And there's, you see all of the soldiers and all the citizens, they all kind of awkwardly get down on a knee, and they're looking ahead, looking into this area here. And then there's kind of some furs at the back that start to push out and open, and a shape pushes through, and the shape is a large floating eyeball with 4 stalks, a huge mouth with a great deal of sharp teeth, and this grotesquely large, enormous tongue. And it floats out, and then it hovers over what is ostensibly the throne there. And the central eye and the 4 eye stalks, they all look at all of you in turn. And then this mouth speaks, and it says, "Well, bless my stars and kiss my grits, it is you. Just as the green god foretold in my dream, a dragonkin, 2 half-tusks would be among the heroes he would send to us to aid us in our hour of need. My, oh my, you are a sight for these sore eyes." And then it looks over at the wizard, and one of the eye stalks winks and says, "Oh, and you, Sugar Pie, aren't you such a delightful looking boy?"
Oh, boy.
And then all of the eye stalks look in the direction of what you guys took to be the kitchen, and she says, "Come on now, bring on the feast. We're all hungry here." And so what you then see is coming out of the kitchen, you see a pair of floating creatures that are bearing a tray between them. And these creatures have two kind of big antenna on their head and some like little tentacles dangling down beneath them. And they float this large tray over and set it down on the table. And then there are several servants that come out, several humanoid servants that come out, and they're bringing plates, and they bring pitchers, and they bring bread and whatnot. And the feast that is served, it looks interesting. Okay, among the delicacies you are offered, there is fillet of frog leg served with a bogberry wine reduction. Also on the menu is lightly steamed stinkweed leaf. And some of the citizens swear it's a delicacy served only on special occasions. There's also a marsh fly stew seasoned with crushed lotus petals and coarse black pepper. And they also serve a rustic brown bread that it's like whole wheat flour, and it's got like kind of some barley in it, and it's warm straight from the oven, and there's very creamy butter, kind of a sweet cream butter that they serve with it, and the bread smells amazing, and the butter looks really good. And there is water, which is crystal clear and quite cold. And then in addition to the bogberry wine, which is considered a specialty of the Queen's Court, there's also kind of like some mundane red wines. You guys would know, being part of Red Company 5, that the red wine they're serving is the kind that routinely gets traded up and down the coast road. You didn't have any in your wagon, so you don't think it's from your caravan. But, maybe yours is not the only caravan that got shunted into this place at some point along the way. And that wine is pretty good. And then they also have fried fish, just caught from the streams and lakes within the swamp. There's also alligator steaks for anybody that's interested in those. And yeah, it's actually, no matter what you try, it's actually pretty tasty.
I won't try anything until after I see the citizens begin to eat it.
Oh, they gobble it up, and they just give you these big toothy grins, and a lot of them they just chew with their mouths full of food, or chew open mouth, and I'm like, and
And what is this eyeball doing?
The eyeball is being waited on by these little creatures that float out occasionally, and they will bring large platter-sized helpings that they place right in front of her. And when they place food down there, that big long tongue will snake out and kind of wrap around the food and pull it into her mouth, and she'll just chew on it. And then when she is thirsty, one of those little creatures will float a large goblet of wine over and pour it into her mouth. And
so I try to see if there's anybody else that's like striking up a conversation with her. And if I see that other people have asked questions or are speaking to her at some point in time, I will
back up, straight up and down.
What?
Is there a check I could make to know what a flump is?
You can make, I think it would be like a nature check to know what any of these things are. Because you guys are all first level, so...
Yeah, I did a nature check on her when she came out, but I only rolled a 14.
Okay, well, yeah, Jonathan, with your 19... okay, with your... Let me go back. Herc, with your 14, you realize... You think that she's might be related to a beholder of some sort. And Jonathan, your 19 is good enough to let you realize that yes, those little things that are floating around and serving the queen are in fact flumps, and the queen herself is a spectator, which is a beholder kin. But unlike a lot of the beholders, spectators are usually neutral and not necessarily evil.
Would I know that flumps only really stick around people who are like good?
You're 19. It's like, yeah, you generally they are found around fairly good people. I'll say you're so young, you've probably just heard rumors and stuff. You and nothing that you've been able to verify. But yeah, it's like if they're here and you recognize what they are and they're here, yeah, these people probably aren't horrible.
As part of my paladin training, can I try to recall what I've read in the books? Obviously I need to learn about evil creatures of all sorts, whether I can recognize any of the features of what I've read during my studies.
Yes. Let's see. I'll let you do either a nature or a history check, whichever you prefer. Whatever's better for you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay, so let's see. Knowing spectators, well, you realize that the spectator, like a beholder, it can do things other than just see with those eye stalks. You're pretty sure one of them at least can cause paralysis, and one of them can deal direct damage. And then you also have heard that casting spells at these things can be a bad idea, because the rumor is that if you cast a spell, sometimes it's able to throw that spell back at the caster or at another target. So,
So
go ahead.
I won't be sharing that information just now with my friends, because I'm concerned that we might be overheard. Actually, what I'm doing is I'm going to Lulu, and I just nudge her slightly and hardly visibly at all, and I just whisper a few words in her ear, just sharing that information with her since she's the security expert of our troop.
And she kind of gives a bit of a nod, and she's constantly like looking at all the citizens, and who was it that said his eyes are on the swivel, but that's pretty much what she's doing, is trying to assess people and whatnot. What I was going to do, that's not too bad. While we were sitting there and eating and trying out new things, I was going to look to see if the citizens were engaging her in conversation. And if so, I was going to try to address her and, get her attention to ask her polite questions.
Okay, your read of the room is that the citizens all, they are not addressing the queen, and that's more of kind of them deferring to their what they consider to be people who are above them, because basically you and the captain of the guard and McKeith are the only ones at this head table with the queen, and so they are seated at other tables nearby, and they're not shy about coming up to you, and they'll like pat you on the back, and smile at you with like some of their crooked teeth or their animal like teeth, and clearly they seem it's not feral smiles, it's smiles of genuine, oh, we're so glad you're here. But they don't address the queen, because you get the sense for them it would seem like it would be breaching a protocol for them to directly address their monarch. But
so I'll wave over the guy that I can't ever remember his name.
Was that Herc you're talking about?
Huh?
Herc?
No, the guy that basically introduced the queen.
Oh, McKeith. Yeah.
Okay, so she'll kind of wave him over at some point and kind of whisper to him, is it okay to ask the queen questions?
Oh my heavens! Of course. You're honored guest. You are royal guest. You have been sent by the gods to aid us. Of course, you can speak to the queen.
Okay. I kind of look around at the others, and then I speak up a little bit and say, excuse me, Her Majesty, the Most Gracious Lady Koa Orax Nagish Zelox, the Enchanting, may she reign forever. Since we are newcomers to this land, it would be interesting, and I'm sure quite educational, to hear about perhaps your past, or how you, how this has all come about. We would like to know more about you and your kingdom, if you please.
And the queen her eye stalks are looked at you, and as you repeat her title, the smile on her face grows wider, and her eye stalks kind of, it looks like kind of a dog's tail, where it kind of comes up as it's getting more excited. Oh yeah, they're talking to me. And the eye stalks turn and look at McHeath and says, your report said that they were great warriors, but honey, you never said anything about how polite they are. This is wonderful. Isn't it amazing? And McHeath looks back at you and gives you a little wink, like, good job.
Good job. Good
and then she turns and she says, well, honey, we have been here as long as anybody can remember. This is the kingdom of the great kingdom, Zalshox, that I have been the potentate here since my mama passed on, and she was potentate since her mama passed on, and all of our mamas ahead of us. And we've just been here the whole time. Now, our kingdom has grown as we have seen all of these citizens that have come to us. They don't have a home nowhere else. They come here, and as long as they obey the rules and they help out up with the maintenance, everything, then they are welcome. And our soldiers are among the most daring creatures I have ever known. Until, of course, today, meeting you all.
Oh, well, we appreciate that. Your Majesty, when did all of these problems begin with these creatures that we fought today?
Oh, those nasty invaders that you sweet darlings ran into? Oh, well, now, they have been a nuisance for some time. I don't know, maybe a month or two now. Their numbers were small at first, and we thought we were knocking them out. But now we understand that their commander has a forward base not terribly far away. And we have just been praying to the great green God who gives us this wonderful realm to inhabit. We have prayed that he would send us heroes that could help us deal with this menace, these invaders. And he has done so. He has sent you to us. And we are so blessed to have you in our hall today.
Well, Your Majesty, and she tries to say that all again. Your Majesty, the gracious lady. La, 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 la.
It's like you realize that maybe the second time through you trip up a little bit, but you realize now that she just kind of overlooks that. You gave her full title. Oh, now you're good people. You.
Your Majesty, might this venerable green god of yours perchance be one of the green dragon kinds?
And she looks and she says, "Dragon? Oh, what's a dragon?"
Arkin scratches his head for a minute. Well, they kind of look like me, but much bigger and with wings.
Oh, well, the stories do say that the gods fly. And the great green god does fly. And I don't know, maybe. We just call our God the God who provides.
The God who provides. And how does he provide exactly, Your Majesty?
Well, normally he protects us in this realm and makes it a nice, safe place for us to live and be unmolested. And, we we are not quite sure why these invaders were allowed to come. Maybe it's a test of our faith. Maybe he wanted to see if we would turn to him in our time of crisis to ask him for help. And apparently, he has heard our prayers, and he has sent heroes. The 6 of you. Oh, and I'm so glad you asked about this. And she turns to the 2 flumps that you all now recognize and says, chillin', would y'all just clear this out of the way and bring us the maps, please? And so they start clearing out of the way. They start clearing the table, and they do in fact bring over a map. Oh, that's the one thing I forgot to do. Okay, so we will do it this way.
Can I hold on to a bowl of frog legs, please?
Oh,
Does
of
she let me
course.
keep it? Thank you.
Oh, yeah. You are welcome to do that. Okay, so let me move the map over here. No, I need to. I forgot it doesn't work that way. So you can't move the. And you're gonna move this here. All right. So, she says, well, as y'all may know, this swamp encompasses all of the areas from the mist shore to the mist shore, and everything in between is all of our domain here. And we have learned about the setup of the enemy encampment. It's a couple hours away, off over yonder, and she has one of her eye stalks sort of gesture in a certain direction. And this, whoops, that is not what I want. I didn't want the box tool. I wanted the freehand tool. Okay. And they have found a somewhat protected area that they have claimed for themselves. It's like a little glen that comes in, and there's a cave in the back where the commander has apparently set up his headquarters, from what we understand, is in that area. And then out in front of that, there are all of the tents within this little bowl. And so they have their main tents for their soldiers and the tents for their commanders there. And then, of course, with any army camp, they've got their large fire pit in the middle. Now, I have been fortunate enough that we have some of our braver people that are very adept with stealth. They have been able to go over, and they ascertain that with this command area here in the back, that is usually guarded day and night only by 2 guards. And the soldiers are very undisciplined within the enemy. They are very undisciplined, and they have a tendency to react to any stimulus that is thrown at them. So, what our plan is for the attack on the enemy encampment is we are going to have our soldiers get in position to do a pincher maneuver, and we are going to have some of our citizens form a ragtag army that will run to the mouth of the encampment and try to draw the soldiers off and into the trap that our soldiers are setting for them. Once they have cleared out of the camp, then we would ask you to enter the camp, deal with the guards, and then go and take out the commander of the enemy forces, if you would be so kind.
Your enchantedness. With all due respect, why should we aid you in this dangerous quest?
Well, you have been attacked by these invaders, and after all, where would you go? I mean, the mists to either side, and there's nothing beyond the mists. This is the only realm that there is.
And how did we appear then, if there is nothing beyond these mists? Where did we come from?
Well, the great green god who provides sent you, of course.
Yeah,
What if I told you there was another realm just beyond this that is much larger than the realm that you know of?
And Herc stands up and says, excuse me, Her Majesty, the most gracious lady, Koa Orax Nagus Salsox the Enchanting, may she reign forever. We really need to get a move on our, we have a delivery to make, and I understand your plight, but like my friend Archon mentioned, we are just the three of us, or the six of us. Why would we? Do you have anything that could help you in this this task that you are asking of us to do?
Well, certainly we could. Now, I can definitely give you something to aid you in the battle against the enemy commander. It will take me some time to do over the night, but I will be able, let's see, there are 6 of you. I will be able to brew potions of healing for each of you, and I can give each of you a potion that you can take into battle with you tomorrow. And of course, once you have dealt with this, with the enemy commander, we will reward you with treasure, and we might have some interesting items that would be of use to you in the future. And then she turns and looks at the Dragonborn and says, and as for where you came from, did the god not tell you how he was going to get you back?
So Arkin chuckles slightly. Well, would you be able to help us with that by any chance? We need to go back to where we came from, beyond the mists, and be on our way. This is our mission. We understand your plight, as my good friend Herc was just saying. However, we do need to get on with our own mission as well.
Oh, well, now, and then she turns and she looks at McKeith and says, now, Mac, don't you think it's a little bit of an oversight on the God's part? He would send these heroes to help us and then not explain to them how he was going to get them back. I will definitely have to pray to him and get him to see what he can do. Maybe he will reveal to me how we can help these good folk get back. But of course, my darling, you help us with this enemy. We will be glad to help you with the mission that you have. We just thought you were kind of like the folk that the God sends around where his faithful need him. We had no idea that you were in the middle of something else. Well, it's flattering to know that the God thinks we're so important. He could divert you from what you were doing to help us out. So,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I say, Your Majesty, if we do this for you, your guards refused to do this before, but could you cook us up some of those enemies that we faced earlier, so that I can try? You know, they refused to do it. But this is such a big task. Like, if we do it for you, would it be, you know, could you do that for me? As he has a strong leg sticking out of his mouth.
And she looks at you, and she says, Would I want to poison one of my own children? No. I'm sorry. We have not found any way to prepare the flesh of those enemies. That does not just make all of us sick as a dog. So I'm sorry, hero, but I cannot. Now, if you want to carry some of that back where you come from, maybe somebody knows how to prepare it so it won't make you sick. But
okay, sure. He just kind of like he's like, okay, yeah, and he kind of starts thinking to himself.
You royal enchantedness, whose eyes may ever sparkle so brightly.
Oh, wait. Never mind. Out of character. Sorry. I forgot there was the eyeball stalks.
We may agree to aid you on this quest of yours. However, we need your assurances that you will do everything in your powers to get us back to our world and back onto our missions after we have completed this task for you. In addition to these trinkets you have alluded to before.
And she says, who am I to deny the request of the holy servants sent by the great green God who provides? Of course, darling, I will help you all out. Everything in my power. And I certainly think, based on the evidence of what we have seen today, that I must hold some sway with in the heart of the great green God. So I will pray fervently to him to see if he will just do me this one itty bitty little favor of helping the heroes who help us get back on their way once the task is complete. I assure you, I will do that.
Valis says to her, can you pray to him to see if he can unpoison those enemies as well? And ask him for 2 favors?
About this time,
You do everything in your power.
Lulu comes up to him and goes, I think you're pushing things, hun. Stop while
She said
you're ahead.
everything in her power.
No, that's just... And she's kind of like stepping on his toe a little bit, like, stop.
he just kind of like sighs to himself, like, and looks back to his depressing
I'm
bowl of
sorry,
cornrows.
your gracious majesty. We are all actually quite tired from the events of today and a little bit on the worst side of wear, so to speak, since we all got upended into the swamp. Do you have some rooms or accommodations for us to get ourselves some rest as well as cleaned up before we take on this task tomorrow?
Oh, my dear, of course we do. We do. As soon as the great green god who provides gave me the dreams that he was going to be sending his holy messengers, his holy warriors, his holy heroes to help with our enemies, these dreadful invaders, I ordered the soldiers to set aside the best quarters for esteemed guests. They have been prepared for some time, and every day the linens are changed and it is freshened up. So, yes, the quarters are ready for you. And as soon as we finish the council here, I will have the captain of the guard lead you to the rooms.
And after she says that, Hurt stands up again and says, Her Majesty, the most gracious lady, Koa Orax, Nagish Zalshox, the enchanting, may she reign forever. You have passed the Green God's test. I have to share with you what the God wanted us to do before we came to help you. The God counseled us and said, I would like to test the faith of the Queen, Her Majesty, the most gracious lady, Koa Orax Nagish Zalshox, the enchanting, may she reign forever. I wanted to test her faith in the belief of my supreme power, to see if she would honor and welcome and care for the heroes that I send to her to help her in her plight. And you have done just that. The only problem we had in coming is our great steeds fell into air and have scattered. But the Green God has told us to come and help you. And because of your faith in taking care of and showing your great wisdom and caring for us, that if you continue to care for us, and once we help you, you help us return to the great God, that you will continue to be blessed forever and ever by his awesomeness power.
And she, while you talk, there's almost this sense of this intake of breath and this kind of radiant glow of joy and acceptance that kind of comes over her, in as much as a huge disembodied floating eye with eye stalks can express that. Definitely, she seems very moved and very charmed by your words. And Herc, give yourself inspiration for nailing the name so many times. So that,
out of curiosity, Lulu will actually look over the map and the things that were spread out. Is there any way for me to kind of, doing that look over to try to make sure that we're not missing something, that this is the best course of action?
yeah, there's some discussion, and we'll do it kind of out of character. The captain of the guard and some of the soldiers who have been on scouting missions close, they will tell you what they have seen, and they'll give you details such as that layout is accurate. The Neogi tactics, or the tactics of the enemies, they're natural predators and cannot resist chasing a target that appears wounded or frightened.
Okay.
2 guards guarding the tunnel leading to the bunker at the back of the encampment. During daylight, there's approximately 50 enemies in the camp, while an equal number are conducting raids on villages of the Queen's people. And they anticipate that at least 90% and probably more of the enemies will give chase to the citizens when the citizen army makes its feinting attack. Because as they start falling back, that's going to make them look weak and frightened, and that's going to trigger their natural response to pounce.
Okay.
The commander is a large version of this same kind of enemy, and scouts say it has demonstrated spellcasting abilities when it has been observed punishing disobedient commanders or executing captured enemy leaders of Her Majesty's fighting soldiers. And it's unknown whether the enemy commander keeps any honor guard or fighting body servants. None have been observed with it. And as to the actual layout of the bunker, they really don't have any intelligence on that. Nobody's been able to get inside there.
I will also ask them for information, on the map, etc., just to make sure that, yes, anything that's represented there, they've got the trees, any rocks, waterways, that kind of stuff, for a while back, because I'm looking at options for sabotage, sneak attacks, that kind of stuff.
Okay, yeah, they will tell you that a scout will lead your party, and you will actually approach from the side because there's a bluff that overlooks part of the encampment as it's oriented to the west of the camp. And you all will get there, and you will be able to see when the citizen army makes its feint and then withdraws, and you'll be able to watch the camp clear out. Okay. And then you guys can determine the best way of making your entry into the camp there.
Sounds good.
So yeah, they've thought it out, and they even talk a little bit about their tactics of the pincher maneuver, and it sounds pretty good because they have found an area where they can basically draw them into that gives them the ability to hide their soldiers and then close ranks. The problem they've had is that they've been pretty certain they could deal with the enemy warriors, but none of them feel like they can deal with the enemy commander. And that's what they need the help with.
Mm-hmm. Well, Your Majesty, from my point of view, I agree with your suggestion, your proposal, and I look to all my friends. What say you, friends?
Well, first off, throughout this entire conversation, at several points, Jonathan looks like he's about to say something, but right as he's about to say something, somebody else asked the exact same question he was about to ask. So he just shuts up. And then after a while, he just starts looking at the map with like a far off gaze, just visualizing the amount of disgusting insects he's going to have to come against in this upcoming battle. And like he just looks zoned out when you ask that question.
It was okay. Sorry.
No, that's that.
I was going to bring up that it was brought up that a couple of us need to do a quick bio break.
Oh yeah. And this is where I plan to have our break for the session anyway.
Okay.
So we're running a little bit behind schedule, but not a whole lot. I think we will still be able to finish up more or less close to time. I have 51 after the hour, so let's go ahead and take a break till the top of the hour.
Okay.
And come back at the top of the hour wherever you are. And I will put this back on the main map, throw some music on,
Okay.
and I will be back in a few minutes.
All right.
Are we having a long rest now, or?
You will be getting ready to, yes.
Okay. Good. All right, I'm back.
All right.
Ah, this is really nice so far. I really enjoy it.
Good.
Yeah. It's a lot of role play and acting. I really enjoy that part. Very often a lot of the one shots on Roll20 really don't feature much of that, so I quite appreciate it actually.
Well, it doesn't surprise me with James and Chris because both of their games are RP heavy, and I tried to just have a couple of NPCs, but a lot of it has been good interacting of the players with each other, which is fine. I like that. As a DM, it's nice when the party interacts with each other.
Yeah, it makes your world come alive a bit more, doesn't it? Yeah. How long have you been DMing for?
Well, off and on for decades, but on Roll20, about twice a week for a little over a year.
Yeah, you're doing a fantastic job. So.
Oh well, thank you. The players are having fun, and that's a real good sign. Hopefully, the viewers are enjoying it. We have a few people on the stream watching, which is great.
Can I have the link to the stream to take a look?
Oh, yeah, sure. It is.
I just got back, by the way. Hi.
I like how our enemy is like the worst kind of enemy for any chef. Just bugs everywhere.
You have a stream? Cool, I'm on stream. Hi guys.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. Oh no, I still have a minute left. By the way, as with all of the music that I have for all of the Roll20 games that I run, this is all stuff that's straight out of the Roll20 music library. And it's all composed by a guy named Kevin MacLeod, who has a site called Incompetech, where there's tons of incidental music that you can download, and he allows it. He's donated a bunch of it to Roll20 in the library, but then outside of that, from his website, you can download it and put the attributions, and you can use it in your videos. You can use it in other types of things. So it's really a great resource out there. I was amazed to see the number of compositions that he has, all different genres.
Are we meant to hear music? Because I'm not hearing any, actually.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, I just killed it. So but it's been on the stream. I double checked it before it was going out on the stream. So
right.
It could be with the settings in your Roll20. If you have the music slider turned all the way down, you won't hear it. Or if it's turned down sufficiently, you won't hear it.
Let's see.
So,
but it's turned off right now, so you're not going to hear it right now.
Yeah, it's turned off right now. So I just put it on pre-game and then at the break, so it's not just dead air.
Okay. Yeah, mine's on full level, so I should be hearing some.
Okay,
when
yeah.
You turn it back on.
Yeah. It probably won't be until the end of the stream. Okay, well, I am going to do my best to hold us somewhat close to our allotted time, especially since I know we have people on both sides of the ocean in many different time zones. So we are going to say that you all, I'm just going to briefly show you this map that I worked on so hard. you have quarters where you are led, and I've got to see. I outsmarted myself this morning, and there we go. All right, so there's these quarters. They're nice and spacious. There are bunks there that you all are able to use. A couple of the soldiers will stand guard outside the room, and you all get a full rest. So take all the benefits of a long rest, all of your abilities that recharge, do so. Obviously anybody who is injured recovers all their hit points. I don't think anybody had any injuries because they were healed by magic. And in the morning, you are greeted and led back out to the banquet hall, and the Queen, Her Majesty, is good to her word. She gives each of you a potion of healing, and I need to just double check. I think I can. I think there is. Yes, I am pretty sure. There it is. Edit, and I'm gonna put it in all players. Okay, now in your journals, each of you should have a handout called a potion of healing. And so that's a consumable that you can use. Deals 2d or heals 2d4 plus 2 points of damage in a combat. And so there's a rousing speech in the morning by Her Majesty, the Most Gracious Lady Koa Orax Nagish Zalshax, the Enchanting, may she reign forever, is addressing her soldiers and her citizens. She's giving an inspiring speech about defending their home against invaders who have too many appendages and zero fashion sense. They
are not fabulous.
You all are led to the front of the assembly where she's speaking, and she floats over to you, indicating that you are indeed the heroes sent by the great green god to help strike a decisive blow against the invaders. And she says, "Long ago, we suffered a premeditated invasion by a ruthless enemy. And with the strength of your resolve, the skill of your arms, and the justice of our cause, we have held on to our way of life. And now, my loyal and ever faithful subjects, is the hour for which we have prayed and waited. The great green God has heard our prayers. He has witnessed our righteous defense of our homes and families, and he has sent us these heroes. But they cannot win the day alone. We must all do our parts. I will not deceive you. This will be a tragic day for some of your families, as some of you will fall today in battle. But for every one of you who falls, we shall take down 10 of our enemy, and we shall drive back these invaders to whatever unholy plane of hell spawned them. We will lance the heart of their leader and crush their forces and liberate our kingdom from these invaders. Now go forth to victory." And the citizens and the soldiers all cheer. And Mac, the major domo, he marshals all of the citizens together, and all of them are armed with the same kind of crude spears you saw that they had yesterday when they first met you in the swamp. Some of them even have shovels or other garden tools they appear to be holding as makeshift weapons. Several of the odd-looking goblinoid soldiers bark orders at their troops, and the troops turn towards you all. They raise a fist to their breast in salute, and smiling those creepy grins with their twin toothy mouths. And then the columns of soldiers begin to file out in formation, lining up on either flank of the massive mongrel folk. And then there's a couple of scouts that come over to you guys, and Her Majesty will turn to you as the rest of them begin to march off towards the field of battle. And she says, "Now go, my friends, and may the great green god who brought you to us watch over you this day in battle. Have faith. He will not desert you, and I know you are capable of winning a day." Then she does an odd thing with her eye stalks that makes it look like she's blowing kisses in your direction. And the scouts who are to guide you by a secret route towards the enemy encampment wave you onward, and you all are on your way.
Woohoo!
Unless there's anything you want to say to the queen before you depart.
I wink at her as she winks back. She winks at me.
Okay, all right. And
Juliana thanks her for her accommodation.
okay. And now we'll go ahead and take a look here at the map. You all, you're not visible because you are off the map. You're not actually in the encampment. But you get to a spot where you can overlook the encampment. And then you see kind of down here to the south, you hear a commotion, and you see like a wave of the Queen citizens come running up the brow of this hill. And they throw spears ineffectually at the camp. And then several of them bark out some commands, and they all start rushing away. And you see there's like 6 guys in the camp here. But as soon as this commotion starts, enemies start to boil out of these tents. You have a group of enemies that appears out here, and then another group of enemies that appears out here, and then some more enemies who pop up out here, and some more who pop up over here. And some more who pop up over here. And that's as all these folks who are the in the Queen soldiery down here, they all just quickly start to retreat and disappear. And as they do, just group by group, all of these guys just begin racing out of the camp, yelling, hissing, screaming, and making an unholy racket as they go. And in the end, what you are left with is kind of as they predicted, 2 guys standing back here guarding the entrance. Yeah, entrance to the command tent. So I'm going to bring your tokens over, and now I'm going to let you guys arrange yourselves however you want to be. So let's see. This is
So we've snuck into the camp since then.
Yeah, you guys will say you all snuck down into the camp after the
And I tell Juliana, like, hey, you want to go for the guy on the right? I'll go for the guy on the left. See if we can knock these guys out with our arrows from a distance.
And Juliana responds, yes, that's a good plan.
Oh, not gonna let the rogue do her thing.
In case the rogue misses.
Well, that's a good option too.
You sound like the queen just there.
Mm.
Okay, Arcus in position. Do we need to roll stealth?
Wow. Oh, there's already 2 rolls and 1 check.
Gallibon, did you say we have to roll stealth?
No, we're just checking.
Oh. Okay.
Did we lose him again?
Do I need to roll stealth?
Hold on. I think people are talking over each other. Everyone can hear the DM, right?
No.
I can't hear the DM.
I can hear the DM.
I
can't.
Okay, DM, half the group can't hear you.
Reconnecting.
I'll reconnect. Now I can
I hear him now.
They can hear you now.
Okay. Everybody hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Onward.
So, yeah, everybody passed the stealth check. You weren't spotted. So
I haven't rolled yet. Sorry. Oops.
Holy
You
moly!
got an 18. It's with advantage.
Yeah, he
So
gave everyone advantage on stealth.
Perfect.
yeah. So you guys are good.
My dice hate me.
So they don't appear to notice you all are there. So you basically get a free round to attack. Let me just go across the board. No, let me let you all roll initiative, and then we'll go in order of initiative. The board is empty, so you can roll initiative to your heart's content.
Oh, I guess I'm going to be waiting.
I don't have access to my character, Juliana.
Oh, I didn't have my token highlighted. Well, I rolled a 5, so.
Okay, let me... Oh,
To my token. To I don't have access to click on the token.
oh, that's weird. Do you have the arrow tool selected, or do you have the measuring
I do.
tool? Okay.
Thank you.
No, that happens to me sometimes too. I'm going, why won't this NPC move? And then I keep seeing an arrow going, oh.
I was like, I just moved up. How can I not click on her?
Yeah.
I got 12. I'm going to roll again so I can get onto the tracker and then I'll change it manually. Or not. It's not working.
Okay.
You wanted to send this result to the turn tracker, but no valid token was selected. But I can move my token.
Okay, so let me add Herc to the turn tracker. And Herc had a 5. Okay, and who else are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Valis for a 12. Okay, so let me go ahead and add him. And that's with a 12. All right. And yeah, Juliana, you are first.
Juliana takes a shot at the guy on the right with her longbow.
Okay. Oh, great shot. And that will bloody this creature. And they kind of look up in surprise. And then anything else you want to move or stay put? Or what?
She'll stay put.
Okay. Valis, you are up next.
Can I go inside this tent and just take a look around?
Sure.
I'm just gonna do that for this turn, and then that ends my turn. I'll come out on the other side when they're dead.
Okay. You walk in there, and there's a bunch of what looks like nests of large insect creatures. There are bones of humanoids and non-humanoids. There are partially eaten corpses of things. There's no weapons, no armor, really nothing of any kind of value that you can tell. And the nests they make for themselves are kind of a combination of mud and other stuff.
I'm gonna kind of do like a little prayer for them, and then I'll end my turn there. I'm gonna leave the killing to you guys, because I know you wanted to do your little execution plan.
Okay, Arkin, you're up.
Right. So as we charge forward, like Arkin is gonna jump out from behind the tent and shout, "Home, give me strength!" as he charges forward, rushing past this tent and bashing right into this one to his right there,
Okay.
with his flail.
Okay. Okay. And that's gonna miss.
Yep. Well, he was a bit too eager.
Okay.
He was too excited and he tripped.
Yeah, he was charging too much and then tripped a little bit on a root, and he managed to catch himself, but he missed the hit.
Okay, and then Jonathan, you are up.
Is going to point his wooden spoon at the one right here.
Uh-huh.
And shoot out a firebolt.
Ooh.
Does a 14 hit?
14 will hit. So go ahead and roll your damage. 8.
So 8 fire.
How would you like to kill this creature? How does your firebolt kill it, and what does it look like?
The firebolt hits the. It like hits the. The anatomy of these things is weird. It just takes off the head of explode, hits the head of the eel head of the creature. Just head is gone.
Okay. All right. And it falls, lets out a horrible croak maybe hiss or something, and it falls over. Lulu, you are up.
How sturdy is this tent right here? Is it just kind of packed down, or?
Yeah, it's not terribly sturdy. So, are you trying to ask if it would support your weight if you wanted to try to climb over it? Okay.
Could I pick it up by the pole inside and flop it over onto this guy?
I use it as an improvised weapon, basically. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
What do you want me to roll on that one?
Let's see. Do you want to use it like an improvised staff or like an improvised sword?
Staff.
Okay, so I'll give you your choice of dexterity or strength, and just D20 plus your dex or your strength.
Okay.
Not your proficiency, because you're not proficient in using tents as a weapon. And yeah, make your attack. 11. Okay. All right.
Basically, I would have gone in, grabbed a hold of the post, and then just literally with tent and all, just whacked him on the head and covered him up.
Okay, roll 1d4 plus your dex bonus and damage. It actually doesn't matter how much you roll because that's going to be enough to kill it. Okay, all right. How does this tent pole kill this creature?
Well, it's already bloodied, isn't it? So she basically, when she picks this up, she gives this mighty roar, and down she comes with it, and then just proceeds to stomp on it.
Okay,
while it's
great.
under the tent.
Okay, well, give yourself inspiration for using an improvised weapon in an entertaining way. Okay, and I didn't even bother to put them on the initiative order because I thought once you guys had the round, I didn't think it was going to take you that long to deal with it, and it didn't. So,
and before we move on, Herc pops out, but because of his half orcish nature, his rage sort of caused his hands to fumble as he was trying to pull the arrow out of his quiver to do his wonderful plan. And he turns around, he sees that they're both dead, and just mumbles crap, and then just starts running towards the rest of the group.
Okay.
Well, Herc, at least you didn't miss your attack.
What was in this tent?
The same as in the other tent.
Okay.
It's they use tents for whatever reason, but they make nests like large insects, basically.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just the crap of what they're the remains of whatever they were eaten on, which usually is creatures of some kind. Okay, let us take a look over here. Oh, wonderful. Oh, whoops, except not wonderful. Chris, I don't know what happened, but when you changed your token, it put a huge token. So on every map, I'm having to go and resize your token. Okay, these two guys are not here because you already fought them and you killed them. So what you see is you are at the back of the camp, and you are there's a opening, a corridor, and it's kind of dark in there, but there's enough natural light filtering in that you can see the corridor goes about 30 feet and comes to a large set of double doors down the hall, and it appears to be a rather wide corridor in there. So and there don't appear to be guards at the far end. So what would you all like to do?
I was gonna have Lulu kind of go up and kind of sneak in, take a look.
And Herc's gonna try and be stealthy.
Okay, you guys can make those. Make those
Watch how
rolls.
my dice will just betray me terribly.
Yeah, like they did for me.
Lulu, you will scout the area first and let us know whether we shall proceed.
Okay.
I was just going to examine the corpses to see if there's what I really can't eat this.
Yeah, it's
He's just examining it. Like, yeah, I'm not like asking you if I can eat it or not. I'm just saying my character just examines the bodies.
Okay. Yeah, you see. Basically, these look like the strangest and ugliest and smelliest things you've ever seen. That poison that seems to be coming out around their jaws, it also appears to like ooze out from their wounds. So perhaps that's a reason why they're inedible, is that their bodies just like filled with toxic stuff. And so you realize, it would take a lot to try to prepare these in a way that would be safe to eat. Okay. So all right. As you move in there, let me move back so I can see. Who is making stealth checks? Okay, Herc. Yeah, you stumble on something, and you realize that you make a noise. Lulu, you take a tentative step in, and as you do, I am going to need you to make a dexterity save for me.
Okay, dexterity save. Nice.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, you take a tentative step, and you realize before you put all your weight on it that this floor is not going to support your weight.
Oh, crap.
And so you quickly take a step back, and you back out of the...
and block the doorway. I'm like, we can't go through there all at once. It's not going to hold us. It really is not going to hold us.
So you have basically successfully detected that there is a trap of some sort. Now give me an investigation check and see if you can figure out what the nature of this trap is.
Okay. Investigation. Nice.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I usually roll ones and, low numbers.
Okay. Well, you realize that this hallway, this part of the hallway here is set up in such a way that the floor panels are designed so that they will crack and break. And if you carefully lift one up, you look and you see it's only like a 5-foot drop to the ground below. But the way these are constructed, you realize they would make a very loud racket if they break.
Okay.
And you can tell also as you look up that there's about a 4-foot wide stone, low stone wall that comes up from that 5-foot depth to the level of the floor, right down the very middle of this corridor. And so you realize, if we just walk right down the middle, and everybody goes in single file, we can stay on this and it won't break the boards and it won't make a noise.
Okay. So they see me pulling up, kind of using my dagger to kind of get underneath one of the panels and pop it up and look around like, oh, clever assholes. And puts it back down, and she's like, okay, single file, one at a time, straight across from this point. Do not go anywhere else but on this set of tiles that goes straight to the door. If you go too much to the left or right, you're going to be breaking these tiles, and they make a lot of noise.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
Okay. So, who's going to be first?
I'll be first.
Okay. So you go on. As long as you guys stay on that center line, there's no dexterity checks because it's wide enough to let you go. And you see these double doors are closed at the end of the at the end of the.
Okay. At the end of the trick.
Yep, the end of the corridor, and there's a little stone ledge that you can tell is stone and not the wooden floorboards.
Mm-hmm.
So you can stand on that ledge right there at the door. So now that you've reached the door, what do you want to do?
Well, does it have door handles of any kind?
It does have door handles.
So I reach out with my dagger a little bit and kind of tap one of the door handles a little just to see if there's maybe any type of sparks or anything. And then she kind of will go up and look around the edges of the door, seeing if it's trapped in any way. And if she doesn't see anything, holy crap, sorry. Then she'll wiggle the door handle a little bit. It's kind of like, okay, get it down to the point where do I have to pick the locks or is the door unlocked? But if I open the door or unlock it, will something jump out at me and go boo?
Okay. So make me a perception check to see if you can tell if there's any traps.
Okay.
First of all, since you mentioned that, it doesn't look like there's any traps. Now you check the handle and nope, it doesn't look like it's locked.
Okay. So I will very carefully turn the door handle. Now, do the doors swing in or out?
They swing away from you, so
Okay. They swing in.
Yeah.
Or swing out, sorry.
Swing outward from your perspective.
Yes. So I will stay where I'm at and turn the door handle and then basically very carefully push. I don't move with the door. I just push the door open.
Okay. They are double doors. You're going to push them both open? Yep. Push. Okay. All right. Cool. And the reason I ask is to know how to reveal the area.
Yeah, she will have basically just turned the handles and then just kind of pushed them both open, but not proceeding forward yet.
Okay. Well, as you look ahead, you see that the corridor continues, and this time it's not a wooden floor covering. It is it's all nice and brick. Looks like it's brick paving in here. But again, It's a nice 25-foot wide corridor, and it goes ahead. And there is another set of double doors at the far end.
Okay. So I will turn to everybody and go, okay, just be patient because I want to test these bricks a little bit to see if there's anything hidden in them. Because I don't think if we go just straight down the line, we're going to come out of this alive. So she'll grab her dagger and then kind of start to ease her way in just a little.
Okay.
And kind of touching she's looking at both the walls. Are there any murder holes, basically, or things out of place? And then she'll also be kind of like using just the tip of her toe to touch each brick, or might take her blade to kind of wiggle free a brick or two to see if they have any reaction.
Okay. Give me a perception check along the walls.
Sure.
Since you mentioned you're looking that way.
Yay.
Oh, man. Okay. You see approximately, and I'm going to have to do this. You see approximately here.
Mm-hmm.
And you see approximately here. There's a little hole on either side of the corridor. One is about at waist height for a half orc. The other one is at about head height for a half orc.
Okay. I kind of look back at everybody and go, does anybody have a staff, quarterstaff, stick? Yes, no.
These young adventurers don't take a 10-foot pole with them anymore.
I have a quarterstaff.
Either that or go back out and get the tent pole.
That's what I was going to suggest.
Jonathan just hands her the quarterstaff he has on his back.
Yeah.
Handed up the line. Okay, so now she uses the quarterstaff. How long is it?
It's probably 6 feet, like
Okay.
or a tall walking stick. Like,
Okay.
I think.
So she'll just start using kind of the bottom edge of it to poke the bricks out a little bit further here. And if she
Okay.
feels safe, if nothing happens,
You can give me whatever is better for you. Give me either a perception or an investigation with advantage.
Okay, so it'll be investigation with advantage.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So that's a nat 20. So what a nat 20 does is a nat 20 allows you to see the pressure plates in the first half of the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
So I will go ahead and I will reveal for you in the first half of the hallway where the pressure plates are.
Wow.
And
What's the T mean?
Trap. They're supposed to
Oh.
all have them, but
Okay.
they didn't all see. Somehow they don't always behave correctly. All right. So anyway,
What happened to the two that were when they were?
yeah, that because apparently when I created this, because I had to use a creator. I had to use a to back. There we go. No, that
Okay.
didn't work. There we go. Okay.
Yay. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, and so I basically can see them to this line here.
Yep.
Okay, so I will just tell everybody, I'm like, okay, follow me. And she will literally just step out one and then just start very carefully walking along the edge.
Christian, you there?
Yeah.
You need. Are you gonna move your?
All right.
Okay.
So
And then, yeah, so there, and it's kind of like, okay, I don't see these anymore, but I don't trust this place. So
you can make another investigation check with advantage.
whee. Okay.
Okay. That's good enough to reveal for the next 10 feet. That there's one pressure plate there.
Okay.
And you see opposite all of these pressure plates, you see these little holes along the side of the wall. So clearly
So she moves up to
triggers.
here.
Yep.
Stops and then stares.
Okay.
And roll investigation again. Do, 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 do.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's good enough. So you see
Intimidation, isn't it?
What?
You rolled an intimidation.
Oh, I rolled intimidation. I'm sorry. Thanks for catching that. Let me re-roll that. I saw an I and an N.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Okay. All right. And there are the last two.
Intimidated it to death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The trap just kind of fall apart.
And you, yeah. So then
now,
you
did
can
that give
see-
me just another 10 feet?
Actually, that is. I'll just say that lets you see all the way to the door
Okay.
from there.
So then she just kind of points to the stones that you don't want to stand on or get near, and then she gets back over to the front of the door.
Okay. All right. So everybody successfully gets up there. All right. If Rogue, if you don't you got inspiration for using the improvised weapon. So
Yep.
All right. Who do you want to give inspiration to? So we'll give this inspiration to somebody else.
Let me see here. Who hasn't gotten inspiration yet? Speak up.
I haven't.
Who?
Valis, declare it.
Okay. I'll give it to
Thank you.
Valis.
What does that do? I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, okay.
I give him the inspiration for going through that big tent and blessing things. Blessing them with the order of clean. Woohoo!
Hip hip.
Hurrah! Pretty much rinse and repeat that I did for the first ones if they have door handles. So, use the knife to first, kind of poke at it and wiggle the handle and check the edges of the door, and then reach in and grab the handle to see if it's locked or unlocked. Okay. So then I'll very carefully, and they're double doors, right? Just to verify. Okay, so I go ahead, I turn the doorknob, and again, I very carefully open the door just a little bit to kind of, if I can see anything, or if as long as there's not something right behind the door, and then I'll kind of push the doors open if it looks like, another hallway or a set of stairs or something. Jesus Christ. Okay.
And my token keeps changing to the old generic one, but I can plug the numbers back in. It's not a big issue.
Well, and again, it was going to be crack the door open, kind of peek, and then if it was dangerous, I was going to shut the door again and go, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She'll quickly shut the door again, but not hard. She'll just ease it closed again and just still hold on to the handle. Okay. Don't fail me now. Well, I haven't let up on the handle, so the locking mechanism shouldn't click. Okay. So I'll look back around to everybody and go, and I'll whisper, "Found the commander."
I haven't. That's one big, crazy-looking creature.
Valas
Big.
turns to Arkan. Shall we protect the group as you know, as we are as our worshipper, as our god would like us to do?
Quite right, Chris. We will keep you safe, my friend.
Chris,
Oh,
Kind of like shh. Okay. So I look at everybody and going, "What are we doing?"
How many
We
are
just
we
charge in and go charge.
How many are we dealing with?
Big one, 2 littles.
Are they close to the door? How far away? How big is
They're
the room?
across the room
Okay.
on the
In
other
order to
side of
get
the wall.
home, we need to.
how
In order
about,
to get home, we need to squish this bug. So let's go squish this bug.
friends? I have an idea. How about 2 of us, 2 strong ones, try to take the table and pin the big one to the wall, while the rest of us take care of the little ones.
Yeah, I'm like, it's massive, guys. I don't think you can move it. Trust me.
Fine.
And maybe we should just flank, split up. Half of us go to the left, half of us go to the right. Those with bows shoot from a distance. Those with not, good luck.
Well, we're gonna need somebody who is gonna take the brunt of those creatures' attacks on each side.
I'll go left.
I'll go right then.
Are you ready?
I'm staying with Arkan.
Everybody ready to go? Armed? Blah, blah, blah.
Let's do it.
Yep.
Okay.
Sid pulls out his spoon and looks ready.
My friend,
And she points to the spoon and says, "You better be making something with that later tonight."
it has been an
Oh,
honor
God, this is a
adventuring
lot.
with you. May Helm bless all of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Valas winks at the group and says, "What
So
he
then
said."
she basically looks for nods and then basically throws open the doors.
Jonathan apparently is ready to squish this bug.
Sweet. By the way, just to FYI, if for some reason I suddenly disappear, we have a major thunderstorm rolling through. So just in case. I mean, it's nothing bad, just in case we lose power or something. So
Also, apparently my thing did not pop up on the thing, even though I had my token selected.
no pop-up for you. Small children-like thing. Teeny human.
Mine.
Mhm. Woohoo! My favorite kind of thing. Gotcha. All right. So as soon as the doors fly open, um, she, since I actually have a dagger in my hand, in my other hand, I will try to throw it. And I know that it's impossible, but let me think about it. Yeah. Okay, that's right. Okay, so I'll go running up. So it was 5. I think it's there. That's the edge of the How high is the edge of this table? Okay. Well, when I come up to the edge of that table, I want to like try to leap up to be able to stand on the edge of it. Or is that it? I don't have the movement. Yeah. So I moved my 30. So never mind. I'll stop short of the table and throw my dagger because I haven't had a chance to arm anything else. Dagger. Mm. Yeah. Well, but it's still a surprise. And now he's focused on me and not what these other people are doing. I don't believe I have a bonus action. No. No.
Can you not dash as a bonus action or something?
No.
No. Okay.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna move over here. I guess the door is open, so I can get a clear shot at this beast, right? And I'm gonna shoot it with my longbow. Pull it up. And I'm gonna go okay, and then I'm gonna get cover behind this wall.
Meanwhile, there's Goonie. There's my character Lulu going, "Oh God, dude, when was the last time you brushed?" Okay.
Okay. Jonathan will move into this room and he will point his wooden spoon at this big bug and will shoot 3 magic missiles at it for 10 damage. And then he will move back out and behind the others. Probably blue.
Oh shit. Oh.
Certainly. Not on this day, foul beast.
Dun dun dun.
How big is the creature? Mm-hmm. Okay, so Arkan is gonna do his signature move. He's gonna charge in, stomping forward, and do his jump. And as he flies over, he does his lightning breath, arcing this way.
You want to make sure that you don't don't sizzle her hair again.
Well, it can't be avoided, it seems. That is correct. For both of these, well, the small creature just to the right and the big one. Mhm. And I take out my flail again, and I take out my shield, and basically I try to shield Lulu as best I can.
Aw. He likes me. Woohoo!
Let me take a look. I would like to get rid of my screen. I'm gonna walk in through here. Wait, hang on. Let me do distance. How far I can travel. Here. I'm gonna go here. And I'm going to fire at the one in front of that one there, that little one. And I'm going to use. Give me a sec. I'm going to put my hand forward, and I'm going to say, "Oh, yeah, I'll use that." Yeah, I'm going to put my hand forward, and I'm going to say, but yeah, I'm going to shoot a flame and say, "If I can't eat you, then I'll burn you to a crisp." What a tragedy. Nope, that's all I do.
Yay! Okay. Does it take an action to pull out a weapon? I can't remember. Oh, okay. Yeah, I already threw my dagger. Okay, so I immediately pull the bow off my back, notch an arrow, and take a shot at Stinky. Not enough? Okay, I would like to spend my inspiration to reroll. Woo woo.
You used up your luck on the trap detection thing.
Hmm?
You used up your luck for your rolls on the
Yeah,
dice.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, that was the most important, though. Nope.
All right, Herc's gonna pop out here for 5 and attack this one with his longbow. All right, and I'm going to just continue 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I'm going to hide over. Oh, I guess I'm out of this. I guess just that far. So I'm going to just get cover behind on this side.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Your Twitch feed is saying that they can't hear you either. They can't hear you. Yes.
I can't hear you right.
Yeah, I can hear DM. I just can't hear Chris.
Yeah, same here.
I was just saying on the Twitch feed.
Is that? Oh, okay. Is that better?
Let me find out. You'll have to probably speak for him to see it.
Oh, hey.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Had to fiddle with my mic a bit.
Yeah, can
Uh,
everybody hear me again?
Yep.
Yeah, we can all hear
Okay.
you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Good. Okay, great.
Yep.
Guy on Twitch hasn't responded yet.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Now he's back. So,
it's
yes,
my turn. So,
he can hear you now. Done.
so 10 more damage.
10 more damage to this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and with that 10 more damage, the boss is bloodied.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, for some reason it
Way.
not for me. Okay, I can't move my token at all. I can't move my token at all without moving the entire map with me. Okay. I do not
Do you
know
have to
what.
select move?
Okay, hang on. Hey, just stop moving. And let me double check what. Huh. Well, it looks like it's assigned to you.
Yeah, it's just moving the entire map down.
Huh.
Does he have permissions?
He should, because it looks like you're moving, and
There.
it's not moving.
I'll use the
that
arrow
rough.
keys.
Okay, there you go. There you go. There you go. All right. So that was your move. That was your attack. Any minor action or bonus action that you?
Nah, wizards don't get bonus actions at level 1.
Okay. So the enemy commander looks, and there's a glare of frustration that plays across its very alien features. And its little pedipalps, the two front pedipalps, it raises those and starts to manipulate them like it is casting a spell.
Oh, shit.
And there's... I'm going to let you, Wizard, I'm going to let you roll an Arcana check with advantage. And in fact, other spellcasters, so the Paladin and the Cleric, can also roll Arcana with advantage to see if you can figure out what this thing is doing. There is a kind of almost like a split and a fold in the air and a bright light, and the thing just disappears through it.
Shit.
I got a 14. Jonathan you got 20, didn't you? Or
Oh yeah,
21?
Jonathan got 20, 21. Yeah, 21. And Jonathan, you realize that this thing just used a spell you have heard about called a dimension door. That is a rather short range teleport. You know that it can only go maybe as much as like 500 feet, not a whole lot farther. So it maybe could have teleported out into the camp, but it couldn't have gotten a whole lot farther than that with what.
Hello, you there?
Okay, so I guess I tell the party that it escaped and is outside. It's probably outside of the camp.
I think the DM cut out.
Yeah, I think so too. Gallibond, your voice just cut out again.
Restarting. There we go.
I think he's back.
Yeah, I tell the party that it used Dimension Door and it's probably out at the camp now.
Gallimore can't hear you in case he's speaking.
No, I can hear him now. He
I can hear him.
Oh, I can't.
I can't hear him. I'm going to restart.
Yeah, okay, I'll restart you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you all right. It's just Skull and Bond I can't seem to be hearing. Ah, now I do.
Okay.
Right, so what happened?
Okay, there we go.
Mm-hmm. Okay, where did it go?
I can hear you guys now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I said he's probably back at the back in the camp.
It's a short distance.
And Herc yells out, "Is there anything past the other side?"
Like this area. Is it got gruddies in it? Okay. I'm like, no, it looks like its nest is back there. Ugh.
Any eggs or larvae?
God, I ain't looking that close.
Valas would like to go take a look.
I
in
will
favor
grab
of-
whatever's on the table if possible. Maps, whatever.
Dang it.
Herc just starts looking back the way we came.
Okay, guys.
Like,
So I'm as soon as
wanna
I
go
get
back.
stuff off the table, I'm like, let's go, guys.
We have an appointment with a foul, huge creature.
Is there any candles or torches or anything burning in here? Okay. So I just remind people that if they go back, they go out, make sure that they came back in the same way. Be careful. And then I'll go run off to grab one of the torches and then toss it into his nest.
There's nothing back here, guys.
Well,
Yo,
she's
back
already grabbed a torch and torching it.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Thanks for the reminder, Lulu. We'll be careful.
Yeah. Big guy. So we've come out of this thing. I would like to move 30 feet, kind of somewhat this way over here, and then try to fire an arrow at him. So I don't. I'm gonna try to avoid hitting these guys. So let's see here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'll take a shot. Do. Yeah. Worst case scenario, I'll go grab a pole of a tent. Oh, that was not the right thing. God dang it. There we go. Nope.
I'm just going to shoot it with my longbow from right here.
Nice.
And then after that move, I'm just going to, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20. Actually, never mind. I'm just probably going to come right here.
Okay. Well, I'll move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I will look at this bug, and I will shoot off a firebolt. Does a 13 hit? Then I'll use my inspiration. For a 14. Does a 14 hit? Dang it. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
I thought he was going to turn them against us.
Don't give him many ideas.
It just makes you piddle your pants a little.
Okay, what can I do? Glancing around, is there any more? Is there like some javelins lying around, or maybe that pole that Lulu used before that I could use as a javelin? Mm-hmm. Okay. So by the side of the tent, maybe here, there's some there. Okay, so I'm gonna sprint over right this way. And on my way, I'm just gonna grab one of those javelins. I'm gonna go all the way here, and I'm gonna, as I'm running, as I'm sprinting, I'm gonna throw that javelin at that huge beast with all my strength. Javelin, chim chim chim. That's a 1d. So for the purposes of the hit die, I'm just going to use my hand axe. Because that's the same hit die. Okay. And I'll roll the damage. 3 piercing.
Juliana comes from around the tent, and then she takes a shot at the enemy. Ha!
Ouch. He's gonna run through this tent here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 there. And he's going to cast, let me pull my sheet out. He's gonna extend his hand and shout at the creature and cast mace. He's gonna say, I'm going to, I had a script in my head. I completely forgot it. I'm going to say, be gone, you unedible, horrible, abomination. And he's going to shoot that at him. Can I use my... Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, no. I don't know what it does. Let me take a look. It does...
That was a mace attack, though, right?
Yeah. No. It's a spell, mace.
Oh.
4d6 radiant damage. That's really powerful. There you go, 14. I'm gonna kind of.
Hey.
I'm gonna shoot it at his neck and try and blow off a big chunk of his neck off, and then it just hangs by a thread and just kind of flops over his eel head. It's a good shot.
Yeah, I experienced that. Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Well, we may not have seen The Last of You, but you have seen The Last of Us.
Wise words from God of Helm.
Woo woo. Mm.
Woohoo! Nice. Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Nice.
Your Highness, your gift is too generous. Thank you.
Dun dun dun.
Nice.
Ooh. Nice. It
Thanks
was
for the
our
meal.
pleasure, Your Majesty. May you live long and prosper.
We pray that you may have no further trouble with the likes of these foul beasts that have been harassing you and your subjects.
Wait, before we go through, can I say something to her? Your Majesty, before we go, I must warn you. When we killed the commander, he said they were just the scouts of the area. There will be more, so you will need to prepare for the future. Perhaps we may meet again, and perhaps by then you will have been able to cook these delicacies for us once again, and as well as these creatures that we've slain for you.
I've created a monster.
What?
Before we go, though, just to kind of back up just a little bit, would I have been able to get a hold of some ink and some paper the night before? Okay. So I would have liked to have tried to draw out some ideas and thoughts about adding protection to their palace. And I know who we've met the guy that's kind of the head military type guy. Okay. So I'll hand her this rolled up piece of paper and say, Your Majesty, I was hired to be the security specialist for our wagon train. And I did notice that you had some places in your palace that are lacking. And I drew up some plans for your captain to perhaps put in place that may help protect you guys a little more.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Majesty.
Be well.
And then I stepped through the portal. Crap. Excuse me. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Permission to shut him up?
I'm gonna ready a mace spell. No, I'm joking.
I kind of look at the others and go, it ain't me that's going to do the explaining.
I put my dread helm on with my eyes glowing red, and I say, "Don't test me."
Crap. And I turn around.
Yep. Glance over my shoulder.
Okay.
By the
Cool.
gods. By the
We
gods, I
found
was
the green
right.
god.
By the
Awesome.
gods, I was right. Just like great Uncle
Just
August.
like that. Ah. Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for letting me join last minute. Cool. Mm. Thanks for running.
Yes, thank you for running.
Thanks, DM.
Thanks for having us, Caliban. We appreciate
Yeah.
it.